genocide, you have to have the destruction of infrastructure and stuff. That's in every war, as Destiny says. We set that aside. The second component that he says is missing is mens rea. That the country leadership and military of Israel does not have in their mind the elimination of the Palestinian people. That was his argument. I think that argument falls flat. So, the fact that we spent so much time picking into that argument, I think, was a good thing. But yes, I could have held him to a more broad definition of fucking genocide. I could have asked him to account for that. I just thought it was a good line to keep going down. I wanted to grant him the mens rea definition because I think that's the easiest way to prove that Israel is genocidal. Listen to the people of Israel, listen to the media of Israel, and listen to the fucking leadership of Israel. That seems to be establishing a mens rea for me, but not for him.
I'll do this real quick. There we go.
So, hindsight is always 20/20, and maybe if we end up talking IP in the future, I'll bring that up. But I think I did a pretty good fucking job. Yeah, the explicit state. I brought him up, and he agreed. Explicit statements of the IDF, explicit statements of Ben-Gvir, explicit statements of Benjamin Netanyahu. These are all high-ranking government officials, military officials, and Israel, all saying that Israel needs to be wiped from the map. That seems to establish a pretty clear mens rea for genocide.
Alright, get this ball loaded.
One TikTok clip out of you. I mean, that's to be expected. He calls it clip chimping when that happens. I don't hear a whole lot of his fans calling that clip chimping, though. But that's fine.
There we go.
What do you think the big conflict might be? Taiwan, North Korea, Iran? Taiwan is the one that seems to be looming, right? I'm not a fucking mind reader. I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm going to say Taiwan.
Alright. Get this bull smoked and all this fun stuff. Because oh my.
Too fucking stupid tonight,
bro.
The hands have been hot and heavy tonight, bro. There's been a lot of dumb.
Man, fuck this heat. It's still fucking 91 goddamn degrees, dude. I fucking hate it. Ugh.
I hope you don't judge me entirely by my audience being fucking retarded. I don't judge Destiny for that. Like, I don't ask him to account for every fucking retard in the volume.
Ugh. Man. Dude, between work today and just, like, this heat, oh my fucking god. Ugh. Fucking absurd.
Well, it was a good talk. I had fun with it. I hope to do it again.
Definitely gonna at least use a good chunk of the time for this evening. Okay. Paul Destiny. I know they had a little talk and the VOD's up now and shit, so I'll at least, be able to, kind of skip around and all that. But figured before we delved into that bitch about work, I was actually meaning to do that, like, fucking, yesterday, but it was, or earlier, but, ugh. Like, I'm so fucking, like, done of, like, people in the morning not doing their fucking job and, like, leaving goddamn dishes everywhere, like, half the fucking cooking production shit, it's just fucking everywhere. It's so annoying. It's like, I mean, I would not have been here for as long as I, was tonight if it wasn't for, like, the calls that we had. And on top of people, if they just at least kept up the shit. Like, instead of leaving goddamn dishes everywhere, fucking at least pick that shit up or wash at least a few loads. I don't care if, there's some dishes, but, like, fucking multiple sinks piled up, like, fuck that shit. Fuck this lighter, dude. these are kids that we got, that transferred over. I mean, they aren't bad workers, but they definitely really, kind of think for themselves, so to speak. Which I don't really blame them, but like yesterday, because one of them actually finally officially turned 18 and is able to do everything in the department now and shit. He was like, well, it says in the schedule in the break room that I'm off at 7, even though it says I'm off at 9 over here. And I'm just going to get off at 7. It's my birthday. So and I'm just like, all right, well, let's at least, just make sure that, this stuff is taken care of really quick. And they get done. So, whatever. I didn't really care that much, but it's just like it was kind of the same thing today a little bit, but at least I had someone closer to me too, today. But it's just like, the other closer was supposed to be here, but he fucking called out. Probably because he didn't want to be in the seat, which I don't blame him either. But it's just like, fuck, bro. I mean, I don't care if you're like pissed off and irritable. Just show up. Stay in the back with me for all I give a shit, and have the 2 new guys stay up in front. Like, ugh, it's just dude. Doc at the barbecue and sizzling Husky MC. Yeah, dude, it's fucking 91 still. Like, it says fucking 91 goddamn degrees for me right now, and it's like fucking 11:40. It's 11 fucking 40, and it's 91 degrees. Fuck me. The fuck, bro. Dude, the lowest point today is going to be at 6 in the morning at 69 giggity degrees. Bro. What's your coworker, the drunk guy at Wichita, yapping about how he called out today? I was going to call out tomorrow. What does he look like? What does he look like? Who? What? Yo. What? Yo. What does he look like? Give me some. Did he have a Rasta style kind of backpack at all? Because he's kind of like he's Polynesian, so and like part Hispanic as well, so slightly overweight dude. No, not the same guy. Because I didn't see a backpack. Not the same guy then. Because the guy I'm talking about is not an overweight guy, slightly or otherwise. So, not him. Honestly, that already sold me of like, nope, not the guy. So, whoever that is, ain't in my department, probably doesn't even work at our store, so whatever, don't give a fuck. Not my problem. As long as it ain't at my fucking department. That would have been hilarious. So, dude, I would have, like, called up and be like, I know your ass, probably called in. One of my friends saw you. It's like, I would have called his ass out. I would have actually paused this and called him now and be like, you're not calling out tomorrow, bitch. It's just like, If you do and I do, it's like, because fuck that. It's just why'd you call out? Because it's too fucking hot and you guys have beer? Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, honestly, it's just like, dude, if I didn't live so goddamn close, I probably would. Honestly, I'd be like, nah, I'm gonna, call in sick and say he illness. Just on the virtue of having to get to work, let alone being in there. It's already hot as fuck as it is when it comes to working in my department and shit, but at least it's tolerable to an extent. Because we got, the walk-in fridge and the freezer. So it's alright, just on that, but... Isn't it cooler at Safeway than your house? No, actually it's colder in the house. We have our AC, it runs. It's just the garage that, is fucked. Those cells steamy on the clack. Oh my god. Dude, rafting right about now does sound pretty fire as fuck, dude. That sounds amazing. Swimming in the river sounds hell amazing. Oh shit, you have AC? Fuck yeah, dude. When this house got built, my mom made sure that she had a whole AC unit, installed in this bitch. My mom's a Texan, if there's one thing she knew, it's the heat, and she don't want nothing to do with it. And that was back in the day, okay? She didn't want to deal with, the 80 to maybe early, or low 90-degree summer weather. Like this 91 should be like, the peak, back in the day, like the 2000s or some shit. And my mom was like, oh, hell no. So she had an AC unit installed when this house was built. Hell yeah, yeah. Like we were one of the few houses on the lot or just in the neighborhood that actually has AC. I know the house right over here does. I think there's like a couple down this road that do as well, but I mean, the rest of the neighborhood, not really. Like it's kind of sporadic. Some do, some don't. Then again, my area is a little bit more of a newer-ish neighborhood. Like it's only been around for like I'd say the past I don't know maybe like I mean well technically downtown Milwaukee actually used to be up here, like where like some of the old buildings are actually still there. Like one of the little community centers that are around here is actually just right up the road. And because that there's old pictures of of the town where it actually used to be up here, so like it didn't so in its initial settlement it used to be up here, and then it's going to be like and then like over time because of the lumber industry and because of the docks along the river and a lot of the railroads going by the river and shit, most of the town basically kind of just moved downhill. So eventually it kind of became like two separate little like chunks of a town with like just long roads connecting them, and eventually everything else just kind of built around it. 23rds are going to get like 10 plus 100-degree days a year. Dude, we're going to get like probably like 3+ weeks. We're going to get like a fucking month's worth of this shit by that point, bro. Dude, like, man, you're being fucking optimistic, dude. I might start, being an Alaskan boy. I might be out in the Yukon, dude. I might say fuck this and go live in the Yukon. Dude, like, seriously. As long as I got internet, I don't give a shit. I'll work in the lumber mills out there or some shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, seriously, I mean, because fuck this shit. Ugh. God, small balls. You move to Fairbanks and immediately get smacked by a heat wave. Dude, I swear to God, like, that would be my luck. I go to Fairbanks, it's like, early summer, so it's like, or like late summer, so it's still like, a lot of daylight, good time to probably move because not really snowy or anything. And it's like, anyway, so now we have like a northern, heat wave vortex that's hitting Alaska, and I'm like, and it's like 90 plus degrees when I get up there, first move in and settle, and I'm just like, God damn it! It's like I brought the heat wave with me. Dude, I would just be like, I would literally be like, you know what? We're fucked. There's no escaping. And honestly, if that was the case, I would say that actually. I'd be like, all right, well, I'm just going to live in Svalbard and like work as a janitor for like a science research facility for like piss poor wage. But at least for me, it would be good money considering being Norwegian like kroners or whatever the fuck. So to me, it'd probably be good bucks, but considering the exchange rate, I don't know. I'd probably just be a peasant, but I don't give a fuck. At least it's Norway, so whatever. I think I'll take it. Fuck that. Because, dude, seriously, like it's fucking 91, and it's like 10 minutes till fucking midnight. It's like, dude, like I'm sitting here just like, ugh. And I honestly, at this rate, I would just say fucking just like move, to the table over here. But honestly, it's just like I got like some like a little laundry pile there that from over the weekend. I just haven't dealt with because of fucking work. So I'm just like, you know what, so like after I deal with that, now maybe we'll just set up a little corner space so then we can at least not be like just melting here. Cause fuck, bro. Ay. My dad bitch about me smoking in there. I'll just be like, you know what? The fucking back porch window, the back porch is open, so whatever. I'm just because fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do that. Not tonight, but that's on the agenda. It's like next time I'll set up a little corner spot for me to chill over there and just move everything over there. Well, actually, now I need to make sure I have a little outlet though. That's another thing, motherfucker. Now I need to make sure I have an outlet so I can keep this thing charged. Because if I didn't have this thing charged, this would only go on for maybe like an hour and a half, and then my phone dies. So it's just like, yeah, fuck. Now I have to. Fuck climate change. Like, I mean, fuck humans for, just being oh so swell when it comes to, not like seeing the writing on the wall of that. They had like, fucking like articles in like science papers from back in like the 1900s about climate change and about like CO2 potentially, in the future being a threat. Back then, it was more like, oh yeah, like, obviously CO2 is being released by these things, like factories and stuff. And, that is a greenhouse. They kind of just basically put two together a little bit, and they're like, yeah, given enough time, it wouldn't be in our lifetimes or maybe in our kids' lifetimes, but, like, because there wasn't really that many factories. There were, and they were all very heavily condensed in a lot of these cities like New York, London, etc. and shit, right? But, so back then it wasn't really seen as like, oh fuck, this is like a catastrophe waiting to happen shit outside of just the smog and the pollution in the cities and shit, right? Like, so it had its problems for sure, but like the long term climate ramifications were just basically like theories at that point. I mean, one that actually had like tracking to it, but because of like how little industrialization was going on at the time, it's like to them it would have taken like 1,000 years, in their eyes, for us to be in the point we're at now, like basically a century later. Like, because I guarantee you, they did not think about how rapid and how much of this shit would be going on now in comparison to back in like fucking 1898. But yeah, they had papers on shit like that back in the day. Scientists, were aware of it. They just didn't realize how fucked it would get. So it was never seen as like a problem. It was just seen as like, oh yeah, this is a thing that could happen. Considering how little that we have with industrialization and stuff, as long as we just kind of mind this, we probably won't have problems. And just never thought about it. It wasn't until around like the 50s, 60s when it started becoming like we should probably start thinking about this in a real serious way. And maybe start finding some potential alternatives that, we can at least look at and maybe at least diversify like, this type of shit a little bit. And then around like the 80s and 90s, it's like, oh yeah, this is going to be a problem if we don't address this within like 20 something years. Now we're at today, and it's like, we're fucked. It's like, red alert. Like, how soft do you want the devastation to be? Like, do you want to say fuck it, YOLO, or do you want to at least, have a nice slow fuck? Take your pick at this point. Like, now we're at that route. Not even a century later, when this shit was being acknowledged. Well, actually, a little over a century later. It was like, I think the first official like climate change paper about stuff like this was back in like, well, at least related to like CO2 emissions and shit, was back in like 1911 or like 1910 or something like that. It was like pretty much like just after the turn of the century at the time. Which, by the way, if any conservative or like climate denialist dipshit wants to like be like, oh, this is just some stuff liberals are just cocking up now, blah, blah, blah. It's like bullshit. Like, this has literally been like, what, you think there's been some sort of like lobbying firm that's been over a century old? Like, it's like the Green New Deal lobbyist firm or some shit. Established 1889. It's like, what the fuck do you think, It's like, come on. You think like, Johnsworth D. Rockefeller McPherson or some shit is like, the scientist. I don't know why Rockefeller's in there. They're a monopolist family, whatever, but you get the point. You think like, John McFillin's, like McD over there, as a scientist writing a paper is going to be like, in some dude's pocket. Like, give me a break. From like 1910 or some shit. Like, oh my lord. Pretty silly. But this solo. And honestly, a lot of these climate denialists don't even really do the whole like climate change fake kind of shit as much anymore. They just kind of basically say it's not really that bad and that it would not really be a good thing if it wasn't happening. Almost like, which funny enough, my dad's actually one of the more OGs in making that point because he's always said that it's like if the climate ain't changing, then something's wrong. And it's like yeah, long-term climate change stuff, yeah, like duh, yeah, that happens. But when people refer to that when it's a quote problem, they're talking about the human intervention aspect of shit. Obviously there's like natural climate cycles that the earth goes through. I mean, like, and honestly most of them that the earth has been through, humanity would never be able to survive because that's actually something my dad's actually made. It's like, oh, there's been way more CO2 on the earth before and blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, during like the Cambrian period, like during the time where humanity wasn't even a thing. Okay, it's like I don't even think mammals were a thing yet. When like during that time, it's like, come on, so silly. Like, I mean, it's like they want to understand the science and shit, but they just can't. It's like, because they think, they understand, like, some basic little elements of it, but they don't realize, like, all the other, like, nuances and intricacies and realize, like, all these tiny little things compound and build up, over time. And it's not just emissions, but it's also, like, physical pollution. That's why microplastics, whether it's in the fucking air, in our water, our food, or whatever the fuck at this point, it's like, that's why that's an issue. The fucking garbage gyre in the fucking Pacific that grows, like, fucking every day. All sort of shit. I mean, it's a multi-pronged, very nuanced thing. It's not just as simple as just like, oh, climate, it changes sometimes. It's not as simple as that. It's a major component to it because, I mean, fuck. I mean, actually, my weather's literally just updated. Now it says 83. Ooh, went from 91 to 83. Oh, nice and fancy. It's so nice and cool. It's like, I mean, this shit compounds over time. And after a certain point, it hits a fulcrum, and then it really starts ramping up. And now we're seeing that, and it's like, hey, yippee skippy, ain't that doing great for us? Like, these things that used to be considered once in a lifetime events are just basically becoming like a normal occurrence every year. Like, hurricane season's already started. Like, this is, I think, the earliest time like a hurricane season has ever happened, and the one that's hitting right now is like theoretically, or at least supposedly about as strong as Katrina already. It's like, fuck. It's like, bruh. And it's the first one and the earliest that has happened, I think, in recorded history. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? And it's like, it's July. Usually hurricane season doesn't really start up until like what, fucking like August usually, or like fucking September about them. Doesn't usually start until like another like, month and a half. And it's just, and hey, shocker, every year seems to get more sooner and sooner. In the summers, the once in a lifetime event of like early hurricane seasons are now becoming a regular occurrence. I mean, I don't want to like keep going on about it forever because I just saw another point about like when it comes to a glacial melt, because there's a lot of gases and different things that are in glacial melt or in glaciers like methane, stuff like that. And like when you have like enough of a constant heat, especially during the summer times in these areas that have a lot of these glaciers or this rapid melt, like that ends up producing a lot more greenhouses into the air because, well, now these trapped gases in these glaciers are escaping, and it just starts compounding on itself. So even hypothetically, even if we were able to address a lot of the major problems really rapidly and really quickly, like by today basically, and invested the majority of like global financial like state funded like investments and all sorts of shit into stuff like this, like a runaway effect with something like that would probably already like might have just fucked us, because that is a really growing major issue that no one really has been talking about lately, or at least not that much. And it is a major fucking growing problem. Well, melting problem, technically. It's not growing, it's receding. And honestly, like I don't even remember like when I was back in Iceland, like seeing some of the glaciers there. Like I was able to kind of see like where like these glaciers were, like relatively recently in like the last decade. Like, because there was just some parts where there was just like kind of patches of like these glacial like ice blocks just kind of scattered around everywhere. At a certain point, where I could kind of see where a lot of these, like pebbles, rocks, and a lot of these, area was just morphed by like a lot, by these glaciers over the years and shit, over the thousands of years potentially. And it's just like, walking over all that shit and kind of like thinking, like 10 years ago, this glacier was probably where I was standing, and it was probably like 500, it was probably like, 100 feet up, like directly above me, like, whoa, like towering over me. As I walked up pretty close to the glaciers, and at least at like the very front walls of them, they had to at least be like 50 feet or some shit. Like, I mean, they were pretty massive. I mean, those weren't even huge glaciers that I saw. Like, I mean, they were just like some of the smaller glaciers, that were on Iceland, and they were massive. And I'm just like, whoa. And knowing that shit is just like, even in a very cold area like that, and even that shit's melting away. Zuka. Doggo. Bruh. What the fuck? Really? Hold on. Let me go deal with him. Holy shit. Bruh. Shut the fuck up. Damn, dog. Oh my lord, dude. I think one of my neighbors is outside talking to somebody, so he's barking about that. Fucking goofy ass thing. Want to see a French bulldog puppy video? Fuck it. We'll use that as a way to interlude our way into what I wanted to kind of get into for that. Because I think it'll be kind of a long one. Well, maybe not like a long, long one, but at least enough to where I think it'll be here, with it for a minute. Here, let's see what the chapters are. Policy goes Decifan DSC coordinator drawback. I would say rate. Oh no! Don't you dare! Hold on. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to escape? No. I don't trust you now. Door's closed now, son. You turd. What? Hey, get over here. Set this up for me. Yeah, you. Jeez, the fucking hell, man. You're a bulldozer. You turd? Damn. Big goofball? My god. You're a little freak. A little freak. This dog's a nut. He's a nut. He's just a nut. The doggo is just a nut. I don't even think this dog knows what he wants. Was that a video? Did you say you were having a video? Where is it? At this point, I'm just waiting for it. Like, where to go? There, adopt this puppy video. I mean, you're the one. You're the one who was asking, and I was just like, yeah, let's do it. Where is it? Where is it? When this environmental stuff reaches its breaking point. Oh shit. I can already tell this is about to be a multi-commented Rose rant right here. Found the park spot. For if you hate your passenger. Wait, what? Found the park spot. Wait. Regulation, motherfucker. Regulation, motherfucker. When this environmental stuff reaches its breaking point, regulation, motherfucker, has food. I feel like YouTube kind of censored you a little bit. Auntie. Alright. Yes, they did. Yeah, I was about to say, are you having a stroke or is YouTube just fucking you? I'm like, cause honestly, I was getting really confused because. Wait, what does this say? Parking without safety barriers. Oh my god! Hey, YouTube, can I nail you in the fucking balls repeatedly? Dude, I hate how YouTube will censor just the most stupidest, most mundane shit, bro. Dude, I made a comment. Dude, I make comments that are honestly so innocuous that I feel like are just not even offensive, mean, hateful, got nothing, meanie, batty, doo-doo, boo-poo, meanie-meaniness. You know, like, and even then, it's like, there are just literally certain things that the YouTube algorithms, like, censorship fucking thing or whatever the fuck, like, you know, because, you know, like, for example, nuts. Like, I tried to send a super chat once saying, like, you know, the cope about buying his nuts or some shit. I honestly forgot what the fuck it was. Like, I just knew it had the word nuts in it. And I literally rephrased everything I could to, like, you know, of the super chat, but I never thought about nuts being the one that would actually be the problem, because when I switched that word around, then suddenly it went through. It's like, what? Silly animals. Oh.
Hey, leave her alone. Oh, baby. Oh my god, are you okay? What are you doing?
Burying you.
Holy
Huh? I couldn't even tell. Kitty. Oh my god, that poor puppy. Damn. Cat just bitch slapped and yeeted that drone into oblivion. You know what? We need to give the Palestinians those cats. And the Ukrainians too while we're at it. You know, if we want to combat the drones, the Israeli and Russian drones, send them to kitties. Person who came up with this censorship ship on this platform. Yeah, can we also have that cat, you know, find that dude and bitch slap him as well? Or her, or NB, or whatever. Should be buried alive. Oh my god, I can't believe you have to literally... Oh man. Fuck YouTube for being a bunch of bullshit. Anyway. Let's actually finally dibble-dabble into our, you know, the little shibba-bang, yeah, that I kind of wanted to get into a little bit. So I feel like I at least, you know, kind of skip some of these chapters and saying here, Paul's Egos, Destiny, Fan, DNC, stuff, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of want to just find some of the juicy parts of this for the most part. maybe I'll at least, you know, go into the very beginning, just kind of see their little, like, you know, hey, what's up, y'all, kind of thing, or whatever. But, you know, just, you know, I'm not gonna pull a Grey Gabbett like TJ did. They still be alive, but, you know, shrug. Shrug, yeah. So it looks like I think if I just go to pretty much like this 39-minute mark, I think, you know, that's where some of the juice happens. And then, oh, easy to be Captain Hindsight. Ooh, something happens there. So I think we'll at least start, you know, here for a little bit. Just kind of see how cultural they are, you know, for like the first couple minutes. And then we'll go into this, asking Destiny if he thinks there's a genocide happening. And then we'll, you know, that's where I think we'll, you know, really dibble dabble in and see where we just kind of go from there. And then, maybe we'll go to the Captain Hindsight part, because then there's also another one, you know, with the Fairness Doctrine. You know, so I think, you know, there's some stuff here that would be kind of juicy. So what is this video about again? Paul's Ego on Sunday, yesterday, like sometime, I think in the afternoon or whatever, he happened to be on Destiny's Discord chat, you know, was arguing with people, and Destiny kind of caught wind of it and talked with Paul for a while, you know, for a few hours from the looks of it. And this is basically Paul Seco and Destiny talking. Which I was wanting to find, you know, the VOD of this, because I knew it was eventually going to be uploaded, but the initial VOD was on Kick, but I was like, fuck going on there. So I was just waiting for it to be uploaded, and, well, here we are. It's uploaded, so. I just kind of figured Destiny was going to upload it eventually, but I love how it's framed as leftist uses TikTok gotcha to debate Destiny and it backfires badly. So, I mean, you know, like when I was actually kind of into Destiny for a little bit, mainly because I was kind of into debate bro shit, I was a sucker for shit like this when it came to like that, you know, like titles like this. But oh my god, this is kind of why I'm just like fuck Destiny low key though, because I really don't like Destiny honestly at all. I'm not a fan of him. He's just like an omni-lib Zionist dork. So whatever, but you know. I mean, he ain't like the worst dude in the world, but whatever. I still don't like him. New fear unlocked. Alright. Well, you know what? Alright, well, we'll look at this before we actually dibble-dabble to the video. What's that? What's going on here? What's happening here? What's happening? What's yo Rip? Can you explain what's happening here? Are these trees like excreting water? Or are they bugs? What the fuck is this? What are those? Read the headline. I can't. It literally automatically went to this. Yeah, see? Like, I don't know why, but it's only pulling the video up. Okay, well, what the fuck? Seriously? Wait, what? Oh, I saw urinate. So what? Oh, huh? It's cicada. Oh, cicadas? Or ceodads? Wait, ceodads? You know, that's probably a health drink for someone. That probably is. Wait, what? Ceodads? So, wait. These are animals just pissing everywhere. Probably misspelled it. Well, wait. Well, if there's... Well, so if you're saying cicadas... Like, if there's cicadas, so it's insect piss? It's basically insect piss and shit. Well, that's just gross. Well, thank you for that. At least in the Pacific Northwest, we have cicadas. Yeah, that's how you spell cicadas. Yeah. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, we do have cicadas, out here, a little bit, but at least they're about only yay big. They're not that big, and also there's not that many of them. Like, I mean, if you listen, for them, you'll hear them, because every cicada pretty much has that same sound, that weird, like, ringing, hissy, weird, like, hum sound they make. Whatever that fucking sound is. From my understanding, that's basically the sound saying, I want to fuck. Like, that's basically what that sound is. But, that's basically a very signature, like, cicada sound. So if you listen for that, I mean, you'll hear them around here. I hear them on my walk going to and from work all the time. I drink a jar of cicada piss every morning. Keeps my skin smooth and I feel a decade and a half younger. Oh, God. Some weird fuck probably does think that. Oh, shit. Anyway. Let's not get too far ahead on the whole cicada piss scenario fiasco. We'll doing this.
I was a fan of your gaming stuff back when you were with Root Gaming and stuff. I was a big fan of your Zerg stuff, right? Where you did like Ling, Bane, and Fester before anybody was doing that.
Yeah.
Skipping the mutas, right? And you remember the Deezer memes?
Yeah, I remember that.
Deezer was the tip top, right? That's when I became a Destiny fan. Okay, because that was well.
Yep. Honestly, if it's Destiny, anything's worth getting stun locked over. But we have Paul. There is a Paul. And it basically, I guess, if that's just like the formal formalities, like, oh yeah, your gaming stuff, then yeah. So we'll just get right to the juice.
Going on in Palestine.
If I say no, you're gonna hang up. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I mean,
I'm not.
I would say no. Yeah.
Okay. So do you? What would be the agreed upon definition that you would be most comfortable with genocide? And then we
Stoner, are you pulling a Vosh right now? As a proud cicada piss enthusiast, I do not care for that comment, good sir. Well, he just wants to be the horse, just like Vosh does. So, everyone's got their preferences, you know what I mean? Some people just want to be the horse, and, some people just want to be the cicada. I, for one, just simply want to be the Husky, okay? Hence why I'm ignore Husky, you know what I'm saying? So
go down through the list together. I don't know what I got, or maybe you have a prepared argument for why
we might be able to meet in the middle then. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. And with all of us together, we'll be the unholy, the holy trinity, whatever you want to call it. The Trinity.
Read like the international court's definition of genocide.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed, and that court definition says it doesn't have to have all of these to apply as a genocide, right? I can find 5 or 6 out of the 10 that are happening in Israel right now.
Okay.
Call it the anti-Trinity. I'll go with that.
Okay. So how are we not having a genocide?
So internationally, genocide is understood to have 2 elements. The first element would be the actus reus, which is one of either 5 or 6 different actions, which I think is like, it could be killing people, making people infertile, it's just one of 5 things that are met in basically every single conflict ever. Mm-hmm. And then the second element is the mens rea component. For genocide, it's said to be a highly specialized intent. And it's
mens rea means having in the mind, right?
Yeah,
so they have to have
mind,
the intent in their mind that they are wiping out Palestine.
Kind of, yes, true. So for an ordinary crime,
which, all things considered, the literal state of Israel has been overtly vocal about that. So everything lines up to it being a genocide. So the whole now, that he said earlier is just fucking annoying. And also, man, I just I don't want to get too far, into it quite yet. I'll absorb this, for a second, for a little bit here, but I already got things to say.
Say the mens rea is the criminal intent to do the action. For genocide, there is a dolus specialis. There's a special intent to eliminate a group of people. It's not just enough that you want to kill
Okay, I'm really trying hard to not really butt in right now.
people, but it's the special intention to eliminate a people in whole or in part. And that's the big intentional factor that sets genocide apart.
So basically, since we can't literally look into Netanyahu's mind, it can't be called a genocide. From my understanding, like Destiny, our little debate boy over here, like he thinks it's a military operation. Like it's the Israeli-Hamas war and it's a military operation. So civilians happen to be caught in the middle of that. Like that's why he doesn't think it's a genocide. I think that's where he's where he comes from on this, because that's what I've heard him say in the past. The very little that I have heard, whether the grapevine or otherwise, about it, and it kind of seems consistent so far. He hasn't really overtly said that yet, but from the little that I've heard Paul talk about it post his conversation with this, because I have listened to his streams since he's talked to Destiny, and he's mentioned that he basically said very similar things about that. So I think he's at least consistent about that. But it's like, I mean, by that logic, wouldn't you say the Nazis were just basically doing military operations into Poland and the France and into the Soviet Union and shit like that? Were those military operations, despite a literal Holocaust and extermination going on of like Jews, Slavs, etc.? It's like, I mean, come on, it's like, even with that definition in mind, or I guess with that premise in mind broadly, it's just like it still doesn't make sense if you really break it down. I mean, and even let's grant, there are military operations happening in the midst of this genocide. Because, there were military operations. I mean, there was a little fucking war with armies and the Wehrmacht and SS and Panzer divisions, blah, 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 the fucking Red Guard, etc., the fucking American troops, Free French forces, like, all that was going on. But it's like, at the same time, though, there was still fucking, not just a genocide, but even the extra step of a full fucking Holocaust going on, as, underneath all that, when it came to Nazi Germany during that time. It's like, even if, like, the front is a military operation against Hamas, like, that's just, the underbelly of it all is, I mean, maybe not to the full extent, but at least, a step below that with a fucking genocide of the Palestinians. I mean, because a lot of heads of the Israeli state, Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and IDF members, of officers and, the grunt on the ground, from everywhere till Sunday. And honestly, frankly, a lot of people don't like to admit it, but the majority of the fucking Israeli population are pretty gun-ho about this shit. They love it. They're okay with it. And they've made and vocally have, like, said their support for this shit. There is a minority of them that, are very vocally against it, but they tend to get beaten the fuck out of, and have their shit canned in or arrested, and then suddenly disappeared, and they're not really heard from for a few weeks or a couple months. So it's just like, I mean, a lot of the more vocal advocates against this type of shit that happen to be in Israel either have been basically beaten into silence or disappeared, and just like locked up in some jail or some shit. Or they themselves are probably being tortured. Maybe not to the same extent as the Palestinian. They're probably not having, literal rape dogs trained to fuck them and shit. Or, like, having, like, systemic torture, day in and day out, having electric rods shoved up their ass. But I guarantee you they're probably getting a few beatings here and there and shit for being disobedient to the state. Which, by the way, the whole trained rape dogs thing, that's fucking real, by the way. I'm not kidding about that. That's an actual thing that, some of these fucking IDF fucking freaks are doing. They literally have trained dogs to fucking rape Palestinian prisoners and shit. Like, I'm not joking. That's a thing. You could go look that up. I fucking hate this lighter. The only lighter that works in this goddamn house is a shitty lighter. How the fuck do you even train a dog to... Yeah, dude, I don't even know, bro. Honestly, I don't even know how that, like... My guess is probably, like... I don't know. Like, they probably, like, had willing participants to help them. I don't fucking know, bro. Beats me. Ask them. Ask those motherfuckers that were training them. They would know. Maybe they're into it themselves and help. I don't fucking know, bro. Like, I don't know. But it's a thing, and they were doing it. And probably still are. So, beats fucking me. I mean, I know Kyle is like one of the very few people, like actually legit fucking talking about it. Like, I mean, like legit. Why do I get the feeling Rabbi Buttplug has something to do with it? Oh yeah, Shmuley, Rabbi Shmuley. No, he doesn't. Surprisingly, he has nothing to do with that. You would think, honestly, knowing how much of a weird fucking freak that guy is, you would think. But no, he actually isn't. But I know Kyle, like, that's how I initially, found out about it, because, one of, like, Kyle's, like, long form, like, 30-minute, like, kind of, like, you know, let's break down the major, like, Israeli bullshit going on for the week kind of thing, or for the day, you know, like, one of those videos. It was, like, 2 weeks ago or some shit, or, like, 3 weeks ago, like, I actually remember talking about it. I think it was either on the Insta stream, or, you know, like, you know, or over here. It's one of the two. Or maybe I didn't. I'm pretty sure I reacted to it, you know, on here. But yeah, like that was a thing that like there's like an idea of like, you know, like camp, like fucking prison officers and like, you know, and guards that train their dogs to do that shit. And it's been reported by prisoners and Palestinians that were able to at least be freed, you know, from those conditions and shit. Like, and a lot of it tends to get brushed on the rug, including like the literal like electric rod anal rape shit too, because that's also a thing that the IDF has been doing. Like it's like honestly, I don't even think that I think about some of the crazy, heinous, weird, fucking disturbing like fetish shit that was going on with the Nazis, and there are like some weird fucking stories, like some weird shit. And frankly, I don't even think, you know, the fucking Nazis are this weird and fucking freaky. I don't even think the Nazis would have their fucking dogs, like, you know, rape some prisoner or some shit. Maybe they did, but I never heard a story about the Nazis doing that shit, but hearing stories about the IDF doing it, though. Like, they're being worse than them at this rate. Or at least just as bad. With saying every dog has his day being poor taste. In this scenario, yes, because it ain't some blonde Alabamian, you know, desperate cheerleader or some shit in, like, you know, fucking University of Alabama being desperate or something, getting dog pilled. It ain't the same scenario, okay? Like, it's a whole different thing. So, yes, I'm pretty sure in this context, it's not just in poor taste, but kind of fucked. Like, oh my god. Damn, bro. Damn. The same A bars have little human fat, so I say the fucked upness is about the same. Oh yeah, dude, you're fucking right. And they also made, like, you know, bars of soap. Yeah, and they also made socks and, you know, military, you know, winter coats out of dead Jewish people's hair. Oh my god. You know what? Oh my fucking god, you're right. Holy, god damn it. Oh my fucking god. Fuck, you're right. Oh shit, you're right. It's probably like an army of Ed Geins. Dude, no shit, man. Honestly, there's this one crazy bitch. Her name was like Idol. Or fuck, what was her name? She was known to legit be like a total fucking sadist and a total like sexual fetishistic like Nazi devotee deviant psycho bitch. Like, oh my god, what was her fucking name? I forgot her name or off the top of my head, but like she was like known to be like legit probably like one of the most weirdest, like honestly when it comes to like the weird stories that, you know, you hear when it comes to like weird like sex parties and shit Nazis do, this bitch comes up a lot because she was legit like a actual fucking like freak, you know, in a sense. And I don't mean that in any way that's positive. I mean that in every way that is like fucking meant to have vitriol. God, what the fuck was her name, dude? I think she was nicknamed like what? She had a fucking nickname too, and oh my god, name even blanking on that. Fuck. I got a feeling some motherfuckers got like like gotta know who I'm talking about. So like a Cenobite weird. I don't even, dude. I even think the Cenobites would be like, "Damn bitch, you're crazy." Like even I think the Cenobites would be like a little bit like, "Whoa, dude, oh shit." I don't know. I'm trying to think of like some, like a story that I could think of. Like, she would like on. Okay, I actually remember one. It's really fucked, but I do actually remember this. She would like purposely, take some, prisoners in her, death camps and shit, essentially to kind of like, say, hey, maybe I can, like grant you certain privileges and shit, if you do me certain favors, and that included sexually. And frankly, she would just use that as a way to just like woo them over, and basically will torture them and then eventually kill them, after basically having her way with them and basically rape them and shit. I mean, and honestly, and that's just like broadly because there's multiple stories of that shit. That's like basically, that was like a typical Tuesday for her. Like, I mean, she would do shit like that on a fucking weekly, basically. Them Germans are never wired right. Dude, there's something about them fucking Germans, man. Like, I'm Germanic broadly, but thank fuck I'm not, like, specifically German. I'm, like, everything around it. I mean, like, anyone who's Germanic definitely has got some weirdness, got some quirks for sure, but like Germans specifically, they got something going on. I don't know. They got some shit to figure out, you know what I'm saying? Because even today, man, dude, them Germans are fucking some freaks. But today, at least, it mostly some good shit. Mostly. I mean, it's like, like you get some questionabilities, but like at this point, like most of them Germans just want to have like BDSM, like sadistic, pup play whipping, rubber like piss fetish porn or some shit. They're all about that now. They don't really care about like Sie with the master voice exterminate das or some shit. They're not like going down that route. Well, some of them kind of yearn it, but most of them, I think a lot of them just kind of, just want to explore their really weird fantasies. Some of them I can be okay with, but they take it to a level that I don't know, man. They might need to pump the brakes just a little bit. Even for me, man. Even for me. I'm kind of a kinky, quirky fuck too, but it's like, even for me, they kind of need to pump the brakes just a little bit. One of the worst true crime stories we ever heard was a guy from Austria, Josef, whatever the fuck the shit stain's name was. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know too much about the guy, but yeah, I think I'm familiar with who you're talking about. So I think there's something specific about the areas that fucks with people's heads, like Florida. You think like in continental Europe, that would be like Germany? Because I don't really know if that necessarily is the case. At least for, that in specific. I don't know. I mean, I do agree with that, though. Like, I mean, yeah, because Florida, I don't know what the fuck's up with Florida, but yeah, I mean, something about the water up there, down there, or some shit, I don't fucking know, but, so I think there's some truth to that. But, like, how deep does that go, like, how far is that, like, spread? I definitely know that in some places like in fucking Russia and China, and like some of these other countries, like England, Ireland. I mean, Germany too. Let's be honest, Germany too. Italy, even the French. Like, there's a lot of these, countries that certainly got like their Florida. Maybe it's not necessarily just a province or, some shit like that. Maybe it's just a general region. Maybe multiple provinces happen to overlap a little bit. Because, I mean, there is a little overlap with the Florida mentality. Florida ain't the only place that got, like, the Florida man mentality. In fact, every now and then there's a Florida man story where the person, that is the Florida man in question originates from another state. They just happen to be doing some Florida man shit and be in Florida. Or maybe, I hate all the Jews that seem to get bad rap. Imagine all just being shocked at the damn Jew. Or maybe they would have to, or maybe they had to put in the hard work like most other people. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, because on one hand, I can maybe, like, not, like, to, like, the entire, like, ethnic, people and shit, be like, damn Jew kind of bullshit, but at least, like, as the fundamentalist religion, I can maybe kind of get it. Like, when it comes to religious fundamentalism and bullshit, and, and how there are a lot of, like, religiously Jewish folk, that will, like, basically use that as a front to essentially just try to be like, oh, well, I'm entitled to get whatever I want. I got a privilege. Fuck you. It'd basically be a Karen, kind of like some white suburbanite, boomer, how it would be here in America with, like, a mindset. Jews are fine. Judaism, go fuck yourself. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like, I mean, because I can understand, like, where there might be some confusion with that. But I think that's why, you always have to kind of listen for some key things, right? Like, when it comes to, like, damn Jews running things, or, like, oh, well, them Jews and stuff having to, do this genocide, try to scapegoat everything. Like, I mean, there's certain things that you can kind of, like, like, point out as, like, kind of, like, little, basically dog whistles, essentially. Because, I mean, yeah, when it comes to, like, Jewish folk, when it comes to Judaism and the fundamentalism, and also really just broadly Zionism, and using that as a front to basically act like, a piece of shit or a genocidal warmongering freak, or, or try to get the way, or just say, well, you're discriminating against all Jews because, what, you think, me being an obvious entitled asshole, and treating you disrespectfully, shouldn't be served? Well, ugh, you think Jews shouldn't be here then, you anti-Semite. It's like, I mean, because that's just bullshit, and, at that point, it's like, go fuck yourself. Because, yeah, you're a dirty fucking, hypocritical, two-faced piece of shit, and you're an entitled fuckwit, and, yeah, you don't deserve respect. Fuck you. It's not because of your ethnicity. It's because, like, you're, using your religion, to fucking try to get your way because you want to be an asshole to people. Like, fuck you for that. I mean, like, and honestly, I say the same thing to Christians all the fucking time. Because, shocker, it don't matter what fucking religious background you come from. If you're going to be a fundamentalist asshole and a prick to everybody and use that as some weird moral superiority against everyone else, then go fuck yourself. I don't care if you're a Christian or, Jewish by faith, or Islamic or any other belief system. If you're going to shove it down people's throat or be an entitled piece of shit and treat everyone, like some lesser because of your faith or whatever the fuck, then go fuck yourself. You're a piece of shit and you don't deserve the respect. You should just be considered white. It happened to the Irish, so it's just, yeah, I mean, well, same with the Germans and the Italians and the Greeks. Like, a lot of Mediterraneans weren't considered white for a long time. And yeah, same with the Irish. I mean, dude, in America, there was a time where the Irish were basically considered just, like, white black people. I mean, because look at it, like, some, like, oh, Irish and blacks need not apply, and then it will have, like, stereotypical, really racist shit at black people, and the Irish guy basically looked like a white version of that with ginger hair and a little leprechaun hat, basically. Alright, Islam isn't a race either. Fuck, people started that shit. I mean, dude, for real. I don't understand where that even came from. Well, I guess I do, because the whole idea is because, oh, if you're Arab, by proxy, you must be Islamic. That's where it came from. And that's retarded. That's absurd, and that is ridiculous. Like, you want to know why? Because look at the Bosnians. Like, Bosnians are Balkan, Slavic, Islamic people and shit. Like, culturally, a lot of Bosnians are Islamic. But guess what? They're about as white as snow. They're white people. They're Balkans. They're Balkish people. Or, like, they're, so it's just like they're Bosniaks. So, like, I mean, they're not Arab at all. And what? It's like, are they somehow like a part of the Islamic race? Because that ain't a thing. It's racist to assume just because someone's Arabic, they must be Muslim. Exactly, it is. It certainly is. Because there's plenty of Arabs who happen to be Christian or Jewish too, or honestly, atheists or anything else. Zoroastrian maybe, or some other belief system, maybe some ancient, Mesopotamian pagan faith that existed before Abrahamic beliefs and shit. Who fucking knows? Honestly, if there's, some Arab that I met, that actually believed in some, ancient Babylonian, pagan beliefs or some shit like that, or whatever the fuck, I'd be like, bro, can you, tell me about that? What's it called? I want to learn about this. I would honestly be like, you're going to be my friend now. You're my friend now. Because honestly, someone like that would probably, maybe not be a metalhead, be very counterconformist to, the Islamic establishment, of, Arabia broadly, of the region and shit like that. So it's just I don't know, dude, if I met someone like that, I would be like, you're going to be my friend, aren't you? I would immediately assume they're going to be my friend. It's like saying you're black, so your favorite fruit must be watermelon, right? I mean, their favorite fruit is, but this isn't about me. Yeah. And also, even if that is the case, so what? And, yeah, I guess I fit the stereotype, so what? Yeah, guess what? My favorite food ain't fried chicken. It happens to be a nice, good Texan-style sirloin steak, so what the fuck you gonna say about that, bitch? I don't know, it's just I mean, it's just stupid to really kind of be weirdly presumptuous and shit like this. And going full circle, it's the same way when it comes to, Israel and Palestine. So many of these hyper-Zionist fundamentalists, whether they happen to be Jewish Zionists or Christian Zionists here in America and shit, or, just these psychotic warmongering fascists in the Israeli state, there's just this major presumption of, who the Palestinians are. Oh, they're just dirt munching, piss dwelling fucking rats that are basically just there to exist on the virtue of just trying to eliminate the Jew or some shit. Cause they've said shit like this. Maybe not those fucking words directly, but they pretty much have had that same type of fucking vitriol. And when you especially enforce that and push those stereotypes and that type of fucking hateful shit over and over again and repeat it to your populace and over and over and also show a lot of the footage of y'all having victories and nothing bad happening, or maybe a few IDF members who probably accidentally shot themselves, and at each other more so than anything else, where it's oh, look what Hamas and these Palestinian dogs did. It's you eventually get, a majority of that populace to be oh yeah, obviously they must, love eating dirt and living in, piss sewers and shit like that because, they just, are, weird rat vermin, things that aren't even human that want to, just go at the Jew, go at us. Which also, in itself, is anti-Semitic because, what the fuck does, the average Jew in the world, has to do with this shit? And it goes back to that, too. Because also, it's kind of self-defeating in that way. It's you get, the Israeli, elites and, when it comes to the state and, they're the higher-ups of the fucking, government and in the military and a lot of the lobbyist organizations and institutions that not only fund them, but also the United States when it comes to AIPAC and shit. It's I mean, it comes with the reciprocal cycle of that shit. It's it comes into a full fucking fruition of, really people starting to see the kind of the light of it, but it really but you end up having a lot of people looking at like Jewish folk in generally and say, oh well, they're a part of the problem on top of this like if they're Jewish, then obviously they must like be like supportive of this. Well, that's just bullshit, because like you have plenty of fucking organizations outside of these major institutions I was mentioning, like Jewish Voice for Peace and a few other major groups and shit that are Jewish founded and ran and backed. And it's like, and also there's plenty of other major Jewish voices out there that are calling this shit out, and more of them day by day. And it's like because it's like unignorable, but when you have like people that aren't as aware about that, or you have fucking literal Nazis that might take advantage of gullible people like that, then it makes it very easy for them to just paint it as a broader scapegoat to just Jewish people in general and say it's a bigger cabal, when obviously it isn't. Like the Jewish diaspora like is way broadly against this shit. Like the only like argument you could say is like maybe Jewish people in Israel more in favor of it, but that's a very smaller population in comparison to the diaspora as well. But also that's a small little state. It's one country, and that's the problem and the fault and the indictment of the country, not an ethnic people. It's an indictment of the nation. But Nazis don't give a fuck about that, even if they know that. And some people might not be aware of that, but might hear Nazi-style dog whistles and might buy that shit, and maybe unintentionally, or maybe start being aware of it, might be spreading that shit. And that does harm to Jewish people. Like when it comes to the ethnic group and when it comes to Jewish folk, like that does more harm to them. Like what Israel's doing, it's just doing not just harm to Palestinians, who also happen to be a Semitic people that live in the region, like, but also to Jewish people, especially the diaspora broadly around the world, because like it, paints all Jewish people, at least in the minds of people are really either like not as informed about this shit, or too ignorant, to understand these type of things, or are just straight fucking Nazis, and we use that as a scapegoat. Like it just does harm and destruction across the board. It'd be like what happened with Native Americans, where people still go, well, it sucks to happen to them, but they were killing each other anyway, so what we did wasn't that bad. Oh my god, you would not believe how many times I've heard that. I'm not even kidding. It's like, well, look, it's like you have some of these tribes who are just assholes and would try to kill other, neighbors and this and that, blah, 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 and would not like white people especially, but like, so you would kind of, want to avoid them and this and that. Like, there was like that weird kind of mentality about that shit. And yeah, dude, like, I would hear that shit a lot. Was there a message? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I didn't see this one. Here's what I want to know. If anything, do you think what do you think it would take for people like Destiny Vegans or whoever to accept that there's a genocide happening outside? This thing can be saying, it would be like what happened. Okay, I see what you're saying. Honestly, I think if a fucking literal nuke went off, if Israel dropped a fucking nuke on like Rafah or something. I think if like Israel dropped like a nuclear weapon or something. I don't know, man. I think that's the only thing I could think of. Maybe they literally had like Flammenwerfer, like flamethrower brigades, where they had just people with flamethrowers on their backs and shit, just literally burning everything block by block, building by building, rubble by rubble kind of shit, tent by tent, or something. I don't know. I really like it would. I think honestly at this rate, it would have to take something really fucking heinous, and for the world to see. It can't just be like oh, there's an article or two about like trained dogs fucking prisoners or something. It can't just be an article or two, because they could just write that off as just like, oh, that's just murmur bullshit, or just like bullshit to just try to undermine the state of Israel and stuff like that. Like these are just things that these prisoners are saying to just try to undermine the state, but like, they can fucking dismiss that shit. Like, it would have to take something where they just cannot like dismiss it. It would have to take like a literal like firebombing campaign where they firebomb and just literally like burn everything, like literally burn everything, like with fucking napalm or nuke it. I don't know, like a nuke or that or something to that equivalent, because I don't fucking know. I really don't. I mean, because dude, like, it's like what 9 months now. I think it's been 9 fucking months now at this point. Like, I mean, do we have to go down the list of what the fuck has happened since the 7th of October? Like, fucking, like, I mean, we don't. I don't think we need to, because I mean, it's endless. It's the civilians, aid workers, fucking medical workers, doctors. I mean, children. Like, I mean, it's like there's. I mean, it's endless with this shit, and that was shit that we can overtly see, and these people still want to be like, nah, it actually ain't happening, bro. It's just a military op, yo. Yeah, just like the Nazis when it came to the Holocaust, right? Just military operations, huh?
Just any normal military.
Hey, we found a way to bring it back in full circle. Hey, well, what do you know? Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I guess, wait a minute. There's one more comment I forgot. On the other hand, do you think if they heard directly from someone living or who had lived in Palestine during all this, might take something click in their heads? Honestly, maybe. Well, honestly, it was fucked. I know Destiny went to Israel not that long ago. He actually did visit Israel recently. He could have taken the opportunity to try to find a Palestinian to talk with them. He could have had an opportunity to do that. So, honestly, for Destiny, I think he could have some crow to eat for that. It's like, yo, you went to Israel recently. Why didn't you, why didn't you go to why did at least, you try to at least find a Palestinian? Like, or at least try to, talk with one of them. Even if you had a translator. Like, I mean, honestly, you could have done that. And also, this guy was literally shot down by, fucking, Israelis, too. Being like, why are you here, you foreigner? Get the fuck out of here, you infidel. You're not Israeli. You're no Jew. Who the fuck are you? Get out of here, you fucking American. Like, I mean, dude, he got fucked on, by, IDF, dudes, looking at him. It's like, who's this fucking weird tourist white boy? Get the fuck out of here. Which I think, funny enough, I'm pretty sure Destiny, I think he might be Jewish. Which is also ironic if an Israeli, is, basically fucking on him and be like, well, who the fuck are you foreigner? You're inferior to us. Actually, I think I actually am Jewish. Oh. I actually don't know if he is or not. I think he is. I don't know if he is. I'm not trying to say that in a way like, ooh, is he Jewish? Like, I think I remember him at one point saying that he was. I honestly don't remember, to be frank. If not, then, alright, misremembered. But if he is, then, hey, okay, well. Whatever. If Destiny had balls, he'd be like, my country's tax all his funds for military, so I'd fucking own you, bitch. Dude, if I went to Israel, I would do that. I'd be like, I own you. Like, my taxpayers pay for your fucking ass to even exist. And if it wasn't for America, fucking, giving you the nice good dick in your fucking mouth, like, you wouldn't exist. You wouldn't be able to live here. So shut the fuck up. It's like, I own you, bitch. Yeah, I would be the big bad bitch. And if they want to say something about it, it's like, I'm American. Like, we got authority over your ass. What are you going to do? Exile me? Ban me from the country? Good. I spit on your country. Fuck you. At least I'll get some good graces of Palestine when that fucking state gets actualized. I get some good graces of that. Be like, hey, tell us about yourself, when I'm in the interview, I'll be like, hey, why do you want to visit? It's like, well, I did some activism in Israel. I got banned from that country, so I wanted to visit, but you know what? I decided to come to Palestine instead because I wanted to see this state be a thing, and I wanted to see, how the people are thriving and building themselves back up, and put some of my money into that. And it's like, and show them, some of the evidence of that, and be like, hey, and they'll be like, you know what? We'll let you stay if you want.
Military conquest, basically, yeah.
So I still fail to see how we wouldn't have met that definition.
So
Have you so you recently, I don't know how recently, did you go to Israel?
I think a few weeks ago.
A few weeks. Okay.
I'm a pastor that says that they probably just shoot me. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, dude, they wouldn't even let you go into the country. They would deny you, like, when you put in, like, a travel visa or something. Dude, they would have denied you immediately when they found that out. Even if they didn't know that and, at least saw that you were of Jordanian descent as well, like, they would have been like, nope. Like, I think, just on that virtue alone, they would have been like, nope. At least for me, I think I could get away with actually visiting there. But honestly, like, at the end of the day, I would still make my fucking, voice known. Do you think I could pass for Greek? Yeah. I mean, he definitely got, like, a little bit of that Mediterranean, like, that deep, like, like, the Mediterranean Sea, like, kind of Sicilian, like, kind of, like, the Anatolian region, kind of, like, Greek-ish, kind of vibe. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, because there's kind of, like, an overlap of, of that, like, kind of, like, Mediterranean look a little bit, that kind of overlaps of, Turks, Greeks, and, like, Palestinian / like, like, more of the Mediterranean coastal, like, Arab ethnic groups and shit. North Africans and, like, Sicilians, Southern Italians, etc. It's kind of like a little overlap, with different features and shit. What part of Greece is your dad from? The one that has feta cheese. Lesbos. Island of Lesbos. Just say Island of Lesbos. Because then you come from the island of lesbians.
Why, I got told to DM you because I made a meme about you getting cussed out by that dude.
Yeah, that.
Why did you give him Pepe hands?
I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. We were filming, we were talking, and then we go up to a stoplight, and this guy is going from car to car, and then I roll down my window for him, and the French dude is like, he says apparently in Hebrew, he's like, hello, Fred, and I'm like, I can't understand. And then he sees the guy recording, and he starts like screaming at us. So I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you want. I don't know what he's saying. And it just like moves. Yeah, just funny time.
Oh, that's actually the thing I was talking about, where, yeah, like that, Israeli guy, walked up to him, say, in Hebrew, saying, hey, what's up? And his translator or his buddy happened to be recording while he was in the car, and then he started saying, it's like, oh, you fucking foreigners, and, you ain't no, proper Jews, get the fuck out of here. You're like, because it's translated in the video after the fact, and, he's just cussing them the fuck out. It's actually kind of funny. It's like, oh, Zionist destiny getting literally fucked on by the guys that he literally sucks the dick for. It's like, oh, the irony.
Hands maneuver was great though, or like the little Apustaya guy, like he like you kept looking at your camera. It was good memes. I'm sorry.
I mean, dude, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. It's a good clip. It's some good memes. I'm not even gonna lie.
Did you avail yourself of any Israeli media while you were there?
Avail myself. What does that mean? Make
Like,
myself
did you
available
watch-
to or watch?
Avail yourself, dude. Destiny, dude. I know you're a debate bro, but what the fuck do you think it means, man? It means that, like, I don't know, enlighten yourself, expose yourself, like, looked into, like, did you, delve into any, like, Israeli news media or anything like that while you were there? Like a newspaper that might, like those little newspaper stands, they might, see on the side, of the street, like, I know some places, you have to put, like, a quarter in to unlock it. Around here, it's free, so you can just open the thing and grab however fucking many you want, frankly. So it's just like, like around here, I could just grab one, or two or three or however many I want, and bada bing, bada boom. So it's just like, I mean, like, stuff like that, like something. That's what he means, Destiny. I mean, come on. What the fuck do you think it means? Avail, like, what do you think? It's like avail yourself of the Holy Lord. You know, it's like some Catholic like bullshit or something. What do you think it means?
Did you watch news media while you were there?
Probably not. I don't think I had time. I was just running around interviewing people and stuff. I was on a couple shows, I think. But
so I have there's a follower of mine that has family in Israel. He's an Israeli American dual citizen, and he's very critical of Israeli policy. And I was in Discord with him. He was showing me videos of, he just records Israeli TV, basically.
Okay.
Right. And then he was playing some for me, and it really evoked the same feeling I had just post 9/11 in America. It's kind of like frenzied, like wipe every fucking Arab off the map, kill them all, and bomb their countries if they had anything to do with this kind of mentality.
Sure.
Which a lot of the Israeli state and the IDF and Zionist Christians in America and just American Zionists in general and the Israeli state all for, well, since the 7th have pretty much, equated to the Israeli 9/11, so tracks. But Destiny's voice gives me a Diet Ben Shapiro vibes. It really does, man. I've always thought that. Doesn't it? I mean, it really does. He's like an Ami liberal version of fucking Ben Shapiro, bro. It's like, damn. I've always thought that. I'm sure we're not the only ones who have thought of that before. Because he really does kind of sound... He really does sound Ben Shapiro-ish. I just had a thought that's a joke. It's a joke, but I just had a thought that was a little bad. I'm gonna abort that. It's being aborted. I'm not even gonna entertain it. Don't even ask. I'm not even gonna, no.
Is all over the news in Israel. All over it.
Sure. So, backing up, taking with what you just said, and keeping in mind genocide. So, genocide is supposed to be one of the most or maybe the worst crime, arguably, that you could ever commit on the planet.
Well, I mean, like, that, or a Holocaust, which is like one step above of a genocide. I mean, which, honestly, like, to get to a level of a Holocaust, you gotta be doing some insane, systemic, crazy shit for that to be going on. And there's already systemic, insane shit that goes into a genocide, but, like, to go the extra step to a Holocaust, I think, would probably be the most egregious. Which the Nazis did, and at least as far as we're aware, or at least, as far as, historical context goes, are pretty much like the one nation to go to that extreme. I don't even really think the Japanese did it, to that level. They did some really evil fucking crazy shit, like with Unit 731, to even where the Nazis are like, well, what the fuck, chill out, bro. But they never did like a systemic Holocaust of like the Chinese or something. I mean, they did some extermination, genocidal shit. I mean, I will argue they did some genocidal shit, but not like full-on Holocaust shit. This trigger vegan gains. Oh, god damn, look at that. Is this a chicken bacon sandwich? A double chicken patty bacon sandwich? Dude, can I just like an anaconda or a boa just like in one gulp? Like, and just like, absorb this into... Can you just like liquefy this and inject this into my veins? Like this... Oh, dude. Bruh. See, this is why I can't be vegan. See, I might be able to, like, limit meat consumption. Like, look, I'm willing to make the argument of limiting meat consumption, right? Like, I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to open my, palate for things like that. Like, because I'm okay with that. There's plenty of food that I like that isn't meat-based and shit. And honestly, there could probably be at least some vegetarian / like vegan alternatives and some, things that have meat that I eat, like a bratwurst or, maybe like, microwavable pizza or something like that. Like, I could maybe just at least take like maybe a little extra gander into this stuff like that and explore it a little bit, but bruh, the reason why I can't really be a full vegan vegetarian is like, dude, look at that bacon, bro. Look at that bacon, dude, bro. Either you love bacon or you're wrong, okay? Because, bruh, look at that, dude. Look at that right now, dude, bro. That bacon is mouth-watering right there, dude. That is some orgasmic bacon right there. That is some fucking like orgasmic bacon. Oh my god, dude, look at that drip. Look at the drip of the sauce that's going on right there. Oh my god, look at that drip. The thick drip of the sauce. Okay, this might actually give me like a food boner. I'm getting a food boner because this is genuinely like fucking fire as fuck, dude. As I analyze this beautiful fucking sandwich, the further I analyze it, the further I get the food boner, dude. I mean, dude, look at all that, just the zest, the pop, like, just the beautifulness. Like, I don't even give a fuck there's some cheese on this bitch. Like, I'd eat the fuck out of this right now. I would just absorb this into my gullet. I don't give a fuck, dude. Look at that. Oh my god. Bro. Nice, fatty McBatty, like, fucking grilled chicken breasts right there. Oh, we just gotta get the fuck out of there because I'm just gonna like just like slowly but surely be like, so I'm just like, all right, hold on, dark side Phil situation, hold up, and that is a dude. After that fucking sandwich we just looked at, this is underwhelming. It's really good. It looks beautiful. Oh, and that drizzle though. Like, if that sandwich is a 10 out of 10, this is like a 8 to 8.5 out of 10. I mean, you should have shown me this first. And then popped it off of that sandwich. Or maybe I should have just clicked this first. I don't know, man. Maybe it's my fault, but bruh. This is fire, but man, after that fucking sandwich, I don't know, man. Dessert after dinner. Well, you know what? I'm a dessert man, honestly. But you know what? I love my savory shit. And you know what? Like, I still want this first. Like, I want this to, like, you know, be like wet the palate. So, talking about little just, I guess people are denying or having our last pictures of food. What the fuck do you do? What do you think the answer? Yeah, fair enough. Long video, but Byron literally responded to a question if he could live with himself if he stays in the race and Trump wins in November. I feel like as long as I gave it. Oh, dude, no, Rip. I know what you're talking about, dude. That's with George Stephanopoulos. Dude, I know what you're talking about. Honestly, if it wasn't for Paul Zigo, you know, hanging out with Destiny and talking with him, I would be reacting to that. And honestly, I feel like I would have a lot more anger. I feel like we're having a lot more fun because we're kind of like taking, you know, tiny little injections of the Destiny Paul back and forth and then having these stun locks. So honestly, I think, you know, we're having more fun doing this more so than reacting to that entire fucking interview that George Stephanopoulos did of Biden. Because I did watch that. And it's a fucking disaster, dude. It's fucking embarrassing, and don't get me started, man, because, like, holy fuck, bro. Any motherfucker that is still defending that worthless piece of shit at this point is not worth your time, not worth your salt. You could dismiss him and just honestly make fun of him and just fuck on him. That includes you, Xander Hall, because I know you're a fucking simp. Worthless little bitch, you fucking kid. I want someone to just dunk his fucking face into the ground, bro. Figuratively and politically. In the marketplace of debate bro ideas online. Because, oh my god, bro. He needs to be put in check. This stupid bullshit of him, like, being a weird Biden sycophant in this, you know, late stage of the game is fucking embarrassing and shows how much of a, like, unintelligent, inexperienced fucking kid that Zan really is. He's nothing more than a kid. Like, he still has, like, a 15-year-old's, like, political, like, mentality about, like, what politics are. And it's like, dude, like, I mean, how, like, you're fucking leading, your audience to, a fucking dark path and shit. A fucking liberal fucking, just bullshit. And a very childlike mentality of what politics is about. And it's like, man, you got real no fucking skin in the game. I don't care that, you used to be, on the right for a little bit, and, you got out of it and had, and shared your experience, and that's how you got your fucking, like, skin in the game. Which, you know what, cool. Glad that happened for you, man. But you know what, maybe you need to, take some time to humble your fucking ass and go talk with some other leftists. Go, like, check out some fucking, concert or some show, like, some underground thing that's going on. Go to a local bar. Go, to a fucking Palestinian protest. Go do any of this shit. Because I know this motherfucker lives in Seattle. He lives in Washington. Like, he moved from Florida to Washington. And in fact, actually, he took the road trip up there with Demon Mama. Like, Demon Mama took a road trip, drove all the way down there to drive his ass all the way up. And fucking, got him up to, fucking, I think actually in Tacoma, actually. But, Tacoma, Seattle, I mean, not that fucking that far away. It's like a hop, skip, and a jump, So it's like, I mean, it's like, dude, like, this motherfucker could easily go out, and, like, talk with some people. Go to a show. Go talk with some other lefties. Like, because, dude, Seattle's full of them. Go talk with some people. Like, instead of just, like, staying isolated with your little weird niche community of people, that are fucking, sitting on that weird Biden loyalist train. Like, you, and just doing that all day and doing that all the fucking time. Maybe take some time out of your fucking day, take some time out of your week to go to Seattle and talk to some people. See what their perspectives are. Maybe do a fucking IRL stream out there or some shit. Like, go to a protest, go to a labor strike, something, dude. At least Vosh got some fucking skin in the game on this shit, because at least he actually has gone out there and done, fucking fundraisers. He's, went house to house, campaign for Jamal Bowman. He went to New York for a little bit, doing shit like that. Like, at least Vosh got, even him, at least his rich boy ass got some skin in the game. What about you, Zan? At least Vosh got the fuck you money to do that type of shit. I'll grant him that. But fuck, dude. You can't, save a little money on the side from, people that donate, and fund you and make a career out of what you do and shit. Like, what, you can't, put some of that aside to, do something like that? It's like, fuck, bro. And he wants to have animosity towards people like Hassan or all these other lefties, and shit, just because of, like, some grudge or some other bullshit that he wants to have. Even if those people have nothing to do with whatever drama that happened. Because I know some shit went down not that long ago where one of his ex-girlfriends accused of him being in a sex cult or some shit. Or being, like, the head of a sex cult. Which, frankly, just seems like some personal business bullshit and should never have been, like, public shit. And whatever it was, like, it seems like it is bullshit, and I'll grant that, like, that just is nonsense, but whatever. Like, that doesn't, excuse, his shitty politics and his weird immaturity about, like, how he perceives politics. Like, he reminds me of, like, me when I was, like, 17 and starting to get into politics a little bit, where I was still kind of like a weird little lib. But just way more overtly, smugly confident where you shouldn't. But if you're old enough to recall the last 2 or 3 presidents, what the fuck excuse here? Well, the thing is, I say Zan's a kid, but dude, he's not that younger than me. I think he's like 25 or something. Like, he's my peer, really. Like, he's not really that far away from my age. Like, he's not that younger than me. I know he's younger than me. I don't know exactly what his age is. It's like 25, 26 or something, and I'm about to be 28. Or, like, right? Fuck, I don't even remember. Oh my god, it's starting to become a blur with that shit. Fuck. Yeah, 28, yeah. Right? Or am I... God damn it, hold on. Now I actually have to think about this for a second. God fucking damn it. Okay. can fucking miscount. 1, 2, 3, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. Yeah. Yep. 27. Okay. 26 about to be 20. I'm already in the mindset that I'm 27. That's why I got fucked up. You know what? Because I keep saying 27, 26 about to be 27. I keep saying that. So it's like I'm already in the I'm 27 mindset. Like I already feel like I'm just that old now. Or is it 28? God damn it! I don't even know. See, it's a blur. Fuck, I'm at the age where it's starting to be a blur. I know it happens at some point, but fuck, it's starting to happen for me. God damn it. But you know what? I was born in such an odd year, though. 97. Like, what an odd year to be born. So it makes it harder for me to do the math. Like, it can't just be like it can't be like 1995 or like 96. It has to be like an odd number. That's why I hate odd numbers, bro. I like evens and multiples of fives because that's easier to think about. Because every time I try to think about this shit, it just to hell with them. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I know this kid's got some experience, at least enough to at least, know what the world is like. I mean, I've seen, like, Demon Mama's little vlogs and shit where Zan is, like, right next to her. So it's like, I know he's seen the world, and at least I'm assuming he's talking to people and shit. It's like, it's like, I mean, I really, for him, there's no excuse. And I don't really get why he never, like, talks with anyone. Like, out of all the times I've ever, like, checked out anything that has anything to do with Xander Hall, he's never talked to anyone. I don't think he's ever had a guest on. I don't think he's ever been a guest on anyone's show. He's just doing his own insular thing. I mean, it's just like, are you not gonna, like, try to get yourself out there? Are you not talking with other people? Like, I mean, that's a problem. It's like, I mean, like, if anything, I want to talk for other people. I mean, I'd love to, chat with Demo on one day or something, or maybe chat with Paul, at some point, or like anybody, frankly. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool. I mean, and fuck, I don't even give a fuck, even if it's Destiny, dude. Like, if, like, I happen to be on this Discord and chatting people, and he happens to be streaming, and he's like, hey, Destiny wants to talk to you. I'll be like, oh, really? Well, what about specifically? Hold on, actually, I might be down for that. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'll do that shit. I kind of want to, get in that sphere a little bit. So why, and, I'm a small bean, and I just do this as a hobby anyway. It'd be kind of nice to maybe have a little side chatter, because, gosh, up. Same name as my channel, by the way. But, it's just like, it's like, either then, it's like, fuck. If a little small being doing it as a hobby, old little me, like, my little ass, is like, hey, I would love to, want to chat with other people. Why ain't Zan? And he already has a community and already has everything that, fuck, it would be cool to have and shit and I'd like to have. So it's like, if I was in his boat, I'd be talking to whoever the fuck I can get my hands on to chat with their shit, with their show and stuff. Like, I mean, seriously. I mean, it's like, because I would have a community to be able to, like, hey, yeah, if you see them streaming or something, send a super chat or, support them and say, like, hey, I want, so-and-so wants to hit them up, whatever. Like, because I don't think Zan's ever done that. And maybe it's just because he's been burned a few times before in the past, but what, is that an excuse to insulate yourself? Because you're not going to grow that way. Like, honestly, the only time I ever really see his shit every now and then is mainly because it might be recommended after I watch, like, a Vosh video or something. Or, like, a Demon Mama clip or whatever. Like, or I just, like, look at it myself. Or I just seek it out. Just be like, huh, I wonder what weird shit is uploading today. Just because out of curiosity. Just because I want to see, it's like, hey, is he maybe realizing that certain things, like this electoral bullshit that he continues to simp about? Like, has he changed his mind? Oh, shocker. No, he hasn't. It's like every now and then I like to kind of, go in there because I like to see him humble himself. It's not like I hate him and I'm like, oh, he could go fuck himself. I don't want to see him succeed. It's like I would like to see that, but dude, you gotta fucking humble your ass. Quit having such a fucking ego and quit thinking you know it all, even though you're younger than me. By a couple years, but still, dude. Like, how am I able to humble my ass, with this type of shit, like, and knowing a lot of the same kind of theory, a lot of the same history, understanding the same fucking politics, all that shit. It's like, but how am I able to, like, humble myself a little bit? Frankly, because of that lived experience. It gets undermined a little bit because it seems anecdotal, but that shit fucking really does matter, man. Because it does help shape your own personal perspective about things when you talk with other people or have like a certain experience where maybe you haven't experienced before. Like getting fucked by a landlord or or getting wage theft because he had to work the 9 to 5 or some shit. At a retail job or something. If you don't got that lived experience, then you don't truly know the fucking plight in that type of struggle. You might be able to understand it, even outside of it. And hey, I ain't gonna fault that, but it's like, if you can't really get why, some people that have that lived experience might have a different perspective than despite not having that type of experience, it's like, then you got to humble yourself a little bit. Maybe talk with some, people on the ground that have to do that show on the daily that aren't like public figures, so to speak. I mean, I'm not really the biggest public figure myself, but I mean, I kind of ish am. Just out of hobby's sake. I don't make money doing this. Though, frankly, especially considering, the music, that I upload and stuff like that and all this other shit. I mean, fuck, I probably could. I probably could, be like, hey, if you want to, like, see better quality, live footage stuff, / streams, blah, 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 here's the Cash App. I probably should honestly make that, like, some sort of, like, an automatic thing to be able to put on the, stream descriptions or some shit. Because, like, I mean, hey, certainly could help, but I don't give a fuck. It's just a hobby at the end of the day. If it somehow ends up, like, the stars align, ends up being a career, then hell, fuck yeah, get me out of the work grind, but I don't give a shit. I know how to hustle. I've done the work grind. I'm still doing it right now. I just got off work that shit, right? Like, so it's like, I ain't no stranger to that shit. Even if, like, even if it's like a little stint doing something like this and it kind of like falls off a little bit. Like, I mean, hey, if I go back into the work grind shit, like I say, I ain't no stranger to it. I'm gonna be that hard to find a job and, keep it steady and shit. Especially out here in the West Coast, you kind of need that hustle. A meme. You try to explain my political ideology to people without using scary words like communism, socialism, and anarchism. Ape together strong. True, though. Well, the thing is, honestly, I think what a lot of, at least online, like Twitter / Reddit / like these like YouTube stream communities, left, sphere and shit. Like, I think one thing that maybe, not all of them, but I think a lot of them might lack is understanding that. Because, like, I'm sure a lot of them do work jobs and stuff, but have they actually have, like, talked to their coworkers, even the ones that might be conservative a little bit? Or maybe, like, socially conservative or this and that or whatever, or maybe anti-union or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like, have they, or maybe even being apolitical. It's like, have they actually talked to them? Because, I don't know, man. At least in my opinion, it's like, I've tend to have more fruitful conversations, especially at least when it comes to pushing unions and labor advocacy, or even if that isn't necessarily a topic of your coworkers, maybe if it's like, some social issues, like, oh, I read this article about like, this whole trans bathroom bill, and I'm just like, there isn't really any case in the state and stuff, but it's like, I don't know, what do you think about it? Blah, 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 and so, I mean, it could be literally some shit like that. And, honestly, I've had some pretty interesting, fruitful, and I think genuinely productive, back and forth. So if even some of my more conservative leaning coworkers, and even take the workplace shit aside. Because, I like to go to karaoke bar and stuff, and I'll talk with people, even about politics, there. And it's like, I tend to have more fruitful conversations, just, even if there's maybe certain things I'm like, I definitely don't agree with that. It's not, I don't like, oh, well, you're just wrong. Well, whatever. It's just like, I hear him out. I'll listen to him. I'll be like, well, I'm not too sure about that because, like, with what you said earlier with this, it's like blah 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 blah. It's like, I mean, if you're at least willing to hear someone out and talk with them and have that cordial back and forth, frankly, it's just way more productive. And honestly, they're more willing to hear you out and actually understand you and like listen to you. If you do that, even if frankly they might be like a little questionable or like a little, off about some of their verbiage, like being maybe a little like it's like, oh, these trannies or some, and they might say shit like that or whatever. It's like if you at least not overlook it, but at least set it aside for a second, and then like address it later, in a sense, without having to like shut down the whole conversation. Again, that tends to be a little bit more fruitful because I will bring stuff like that back up when that has happened in my conversations with some people before. And I'll be like, hey, also, like, at least in my experience, usually when it comes to certain terminology, like training or this and that or whatever, it's like, that isn't really as, like, some people don't really see that as, like, a positive thing. It's, some people see it as offensive. And it's like, and I don't, like, quote, mind it. I only say that just kind of like keep it, chill in a sense. But it's like, but some people might like look at that and, or might hear you say that and immediately shut you down and like start popping off on you. And I don't want that to be happening when you might be chilling, having a fun conversation with someone, but you unintentionally say something and they get mad about it. And usually they're like, oh yeah, all right, I get you. Fair enough. Blah, blah, blah. So it's like, I mean, at least in my experience, it's anecdotal, but that lived experience, at least for me, it's taught me that, like, honestly, like, if you don't go, like, hardcore, like, online left debate bro kind of shit, it's just, like, honestly, they tend to be more willing to hear you out as a leftist. Like, because I've had some legit fruitful conversations where people I know are conservative and Republicans and, like, Trump supporting kind of people. Like, because I've had people in my workplace that are like that. Had people at my fucking bar, that I go to a lot, that, are like that. So, I mean, it's a thing that, like, even around here, I experience, but it's like, I've even met TERFs, like, lefties or, like, progressives and or radical femmes and stuff, in a way, but they got certain hangups about trans people, like, in sports or, like, in the bathroom stuff or whatever. And it's just like, I get you, but it's like, if they're not harming anyone or, on this and that or whatever, at least when the bathroom stuff specifically, then what's the problem? And they're like, yeah, I get that. They kind of have a weird little centrist thing about it, but at least with certain things like sports, it's kind of harder, at least on the fly to kind of like go back and forth with that because, at least at the time, I remember having some of those conversations. I wasn't at least as prepared about it. But, they did, like, specify those things. Like, look, I'm not against trans people. I just think that, with the sports thing, maybe it's like, like we're a little too early or jumping the gun a little too much with this stuff, because, like, we haven't really figured all that out and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I guess I can kind of get that, but that doesn't really change my mind at all. I can at least understand that maybe, but, at least that perspective, which I guess in a sense of just like, well, if we're still like, honing down like, trans surgeries and like HRT or whatever the fuck. I mean, I could kind of get like that argument, but it's like, I mean, why does it matter, like at the end of the day, like who gives a fuck? At least it shouldn't have to. So that's, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't change my mind. I can kind of get it though a little bit. I just think it's almost like trying to be a centrist on that shit. It's like maybe not like a full TERF, but like almost like a centrist between like being pro trans and a TERF. If that's even makes sense. It's really weird. But I've met people who are like progressives and leftists. Like leftist me basically. If anything, even sometimes even more so than me. But boop, there's that weird little hang up though. It's like. I mean, it's a little confusing, but I can kind of get it. I don't know if it's meant to be like we should be like incremental with it or something. I don't know, but I can at least say, it doesn't come from like a sense of hatred or anything, but it's just still weird. which made me realize that like there are some people that are like kind of like turf-ish, that aren't like full-on trans exclusionary, but are just they got weird hangups about things like trans people in sports and shit. And it's like honestly, even my dad's kind of like that. Like he doesn't care that trans people are a thing or whatever. Like he doesn't care about that, but like certain shit like sports or whatever, it's like, well, that is biology more driven or whatever. So it's like he has a hang up about it. It's like, well, like if that's the case, then if someone was trans and we were able to see that, with them growing up and like, and then eventually their biology kind of slightly changes because of that a little bit of things like HRT and other transitional factors before like full on surgery, then like before they become full on adults, then does it really matter even if there are like slight differences? But even then, wouldn't they just be like more masculine women at that rate? Because more butch like masculine women exist already as cis women, so wouldn't they just kind of be more aligned with that potentially? I guess like at best with that athletic element, versus just being petite. So I don't know. It gets redundant really quickly. So it's like, I don't know. I find it, very strange that like some people have a weird hang up about like that type of stuff sometimes, because like even if maybe there are some nuances to it, doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Just say quote mine. Yeah, I know what you were referring to from earlier. I don't think I did. I mean, if I did, then it was unintentional. Don't you mean a mine quote? Did you say quote mine? Oh, or mine quote? Or no, mine quote, I think. Yeah. No, I know what you were referring to, but yeah, no, I think I meant to say mine quote. Though I know that was a little bit ago, but whatever. Mine quote is the Keenism. Mine quote situation. Well, you know what? Yeah, we're just having Keenisms here. I mean, honestly, I'm not a stranger to Keenisms. I'll do that every now and then. Honestly, I knew someone doing Keenisms before Keenisms were even a thing. I even had a back and forth in a debate as a kid with my mom about this. Because she would say situation all the time for everything. It's like, hey, we gotta deal with that situation. Like, hey, that situation that we had, that we need to go deal with a little bit later. Going up to blah blah blah, blah or some shit. So you would say situation as like a filler word almost, like straight up. And I even had a back and forth. Like, is everything like a situation? Like, cause wouldn't that mean like it's like kind of like a severe thing or some bubble? Like, I literally had like some philosophy debate with her about this. And she was just like, you know what? It's just a filler word that I like to use. So, like, I like the word, okay? Situation. And she would literally say it like that. Situation. Like, very Texan-like. Situation. It's not situational. It's not like, a fucking Keenism full out, but it's like a Texan version of it. Situation. It's a situation. What would you do if you found out you were related to Brett Kane? I would ask for royalties for all the money that he made from, from anything that he made from his YouTube career. I'd be like, hey, I'm your long lost relative. Can I have some proceeds? Dude, we need to get Phoebe back in here, low key, though. Because she literally talked with Brett at one point. And actually even kind of like try to get Paul's attention about maybe even making me a mod on his streams and shit at one point. I'm just like, damn. It's like, man, Phoebes, you need to get in here. I don't know if she's a mod in here or not, but I'm just like, you know what? She needs to be. If she's not, we need to make her a mod. Because, like, honestly, like, I know she's definitely like an indie kind of folk punk type of gal, and it's like, man, I kind of want to talk music with her a little bit, but I don't want to at her, in Paul's chat because I know Paul's got a thing about that. I feel like he would be okay if it's just a singular at being like, "Hey, what's your Discord really quick?" Just at me that really, I just don't like. So I feel like she'd be fine with it, and I feel like the other mods would probably give me a singular exception because I don't want to break that rule because I know if Paul happened to read that, he'd be like, "Hey, don't do that," or some shit. But it's just like I know sometimes when he says to people who at in the chat, it's like, "Yo, just." The only ad I want to see is ask for Discord thing or whatever. And so I think I might, I need to because I want to hit her up and be like, "Yo, I want to talk music for you because I want to show you a bunch of shit that I've been going to and stuff." Because I know she's a punk chick too, and she makes her music herself as well. And it's like, man, I've been kind of feeling like a music talk itch. And it's like I know that her and I are kind of two peas in a pod with that a little bit. It's just like, God damn it. I had a They Live related question. Oh yeah, right here. Relevant topic. But you know how they have the They Live sunglasses to help them make characters see reality things. Do you think that was supposed to be a play on wearing rose tinted glasses? A play on wearing rose tinted glasses? I wouldn't think so, just because if they're meant to be rose tinted glasses and showing the dark, grim, dystopian reality of what's actually going on, would be kind of the opposite of being rose tinted. So I mean, I don't know. An inverse of it. Oh, like an inverse? Oh, okay. Well, so an antithesis of it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I guess okay. With that in mind, then yeah, actually, I think so. Kind of the theme of the rose tinted glasses, so to speak, but it's kind of like the antithesis of it. So I think I used the wrong word. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a phrasing for it. I mean, I know there's kind of more of the trip version of it, like prying open your third eye. I mean, I know there's that. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think at least the theme is kind of there a little bit, but I'm sure there's probably a video about that. I bet there's a multiple movie video analysis about that film. It's such a good movie though. By the way, you think? Yeah. Speaking of They Live, they. Okay. Not being serious, by the way. I'm just doing that as the meme. It's just a meme. Speaking of aliens wearing human skin, Destiny. Yeah. Yeah, we had a... Yeah, you knew what was happening. Yeah, speaking of They Live and aliens wearing skim suits. Yeah, same comment, yeah. Though I'm skipping ahead a little bit, because there is this chapter that says, "I'm sorry, I can't let you go on." So I kind of... we'll skip it 50 seconds back before that chapter. I kind of want to see what happens here a little bit. Because look, I didn't say we're going to react to this whole fucking thing. Obviously, there's literally no way we're going to do that tonight. But, I want to kind of skip around. I just kind of want to take a dose of what's happening with all this. That's all we're really doing. We're having fun with it.
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, hold on. We're going on for so long, the Bluetooth turned itself off. Give me a minute. Turn on, bitch. Thank you. Okay.
It's not the government.
Oops.
There could be people in the media saying...
the media is the fucking mouthpiece of the government during war. You know this, right?
And is...
Yes.
Real no, I don't believe so.
That is absurd. Nah, dude. The media in Israel is certainly state-ran. Excuse me? Bullshit, son. Nah, bro. Excuse me?
Okay. Why would it be any different there that their media is beating the war drums just like our media did every time we've gone to war?
I don't think it's true in our media either.
That's bullshit. Destiny, you're fucking like 30 plus. You're like 35 plus years old, for fuck's sake, okay, bro? Like, I mean, you're like 5 plus years the junior of Paul, all right? Well, 10 plus years the junior of Paul, all right? Like, bruh, for a fucking fact that is bullshit. Like, from 01 all the way to at least about, like, 2016-ish onward, yeah, like, basically, in between that time frame, like, the media was constantly like, yeah, wars, all right. It's just part of the daily course of things. Like, I mean, that war drum has always been beaten. Like, it wasn't really until, like, shortly after, like, about, like, 2019 when we started kind of be like, because then, Trump started kind of pulling out of Afghanistan a little bit. Biden finished it up, shortly after he got elected. So it's like, under Trump's time watch, and everyone wanted to fucking shit on Biden for it, which is ironic. Because, like, that's the one time where Trump actually should be shat on. Because Biden literally just continued Trump's game plan. He's like, all right, I ain't touching that. We'll just let Trump's, whole game plan with that, just kind of keep going as it is. He already had the stones in motion. I'm just going to let that keep going. He didn't do anything different. Like, he didn't change it. So, I mean, like, that's like the one thing where Trump is actually, like, completely culpable even when he wasn't president. Because he was the one who started all that shit. He's the one that got that process going. And Biden just had a hands-off approach on allowing it to finish up the way it did, which, frankly, he should have had a hands-on approach because it was, in a way, a boondoggle. Not really, I guess maybe to nowhere near to the same extent, but Biden is at least somewhat culpable because he could have had a more hands-on approach and be like, and made it more organized and, like, actually had a lot more of a more steady, streamlined process of getting people out, and stuff like that, instead of having it being like a fucking chaotic nightmare where people are hanging on the side of fucking C-17s and shit, where they're literally falling off of the plane as it's taking off and shit, and wild, insane, crazy shit like that. If you don't remember, go look up some videos, because that was literally a thing. I mean, it's wild that fucking happened. I mean, it's not to, like, excuse that shit, but it's like, fuck, dude. I mean, we had to pull out, but that could have been done better. But frankly, predominantly blame Trump, and to a lesser extent blame Biden for not at least, maybe taking the reins of it a little bit and making it more, like, streamlined and less fucking insanely chaotic, instead of just letting it, just roll the way it was. Fucking absurd.
That I think that
I'm sorry, I can't let you go on.
Okay.
I was 21.
Oh shit! So the name of the chapter, I'm sorry, I can't let you go on, was Paul saying that. I thought Destiny was going to say that.
Old on 9/11.
Okay.
Our media was uniformly pro-invasion of Afghanistan. Uniformly.
Yep.
There was no media source that was saying, "Hey, let's think about the Afghani people. Hey, let's not bomb this country into dust. Hey."
If anything, they just like enforced the whole doctrine of Bush, literally, in quote, saying, "We don't negotiate with terrorists." You know why? You know what he was saying that to? The Taliban government at the time. Because, hey, shocker, before we decided to put our fucking fat dick, well, we actually put our fat dick in there before, but, before we decided to put our own boots on the ground and put our fat dick in there, just like the Soviets did back in the 80s and shit, it's like the Taliban happened to be fucking running shit there at the time. Which, by the way, they are again, so it's just like, I mean, if anything, they just restored power, if you really think about it, with this whole fucking, conflict and shit with the historical precedent about all that shit. It's like, the Afghani caliphate was there, before we put our fucking dick in there and shit, with the boots on the ground, after post 9/11. And even the Taliban government at the time was like, yo, we'll help you find Al Qaeda and Osama and shit. Hey, we'll help you. And when, they kind of gave that offer out, because they happen to be Islamic jihadists, granted more of like a guerrilla / like regional governmental like Islamic state, so to speak, at least for Afghanistan. Like, because the fact that they're Islamic, jihadists essentially, that was enough to basically be like they're terrorists, just like Al Qaeda. So we don't negotiate with them. So we decided to fuck them up, just as much as Al Qaeda, and create another mortal fucking enemy, which frankly we should never have meddled with that in the first place, because guess who branched off, from these two groups, Al Qaeda and the Taliban, and want to know why they're warring against each other? Because they had a schism in the Mujahideen when we were supporting them in the 80s. Al Qaeda originated and the Taliban originated from the Mujahideen. That's why they hate each other. Like there was a schism between the two, and they factionalized, and the Mujahideen disbanded and became Al Qaeda and the Taliban. Majority of the Mujahideen became the Taliban, but a fraction of it splintered off and became Al Qaeda. And then when they became powerful, another fractionalized schism came, and ISIS grew out of Al Qaeda. A little bit of a pattern with that, isn't there? Curious how that works out, doesn't it? And shocker how America seems to be weirdly enough, in every fucking step of the way of that shit. Notice how, when our dick gets involved in shit like this, these different groups tend to get way more radicalized in these regions. Shocker.
No source. They were literally embedding reporters with columns of fucking armor rolling into fucking,
I don't disagree, but the issue is when you terrorist attack a group of people, that whole group of people is going to be incensed to do some wild shit. People are scared.
Like the Palestinians after the first Nakba.
Afghanistan did not terrorist attack us.
I understand that.
Saudi Arabia terrorist attacked us.
Saudi Arabia absolutely did not terrorist attack us.
Wait, what the fuck? Yo, are you really going to fucking say that right now, Destiny? Wow, I didn't realize you was that fucking much of a liberal. What? Why were the majority of them fucking Saudis then, you stupid fuck? Like, what was it? Like, 8 fucking Saudis, like a Pakistani, a fucking Lebanese, dude, 2 Egyptians or some shit, or whatever. Like, I mean, you had a few other hodgepodge, different people, but majority of them were Saudis. And the Saudi government was involved in that shit. So, what? Excuse me? Are you really gonna say that right now? That's like just straight denying reality. Like, this ain't like, fucking 2007 era YouTube where this was like some conspiracy or some shit that a bunch of weird, like, Anunnaki, the Jews run everything, conspiracy theorist fucking weirdo channel on YouTube back in the day was uploading. This is like fucking some actual fact, shit now. Like, I mean, so what? I mean, jeez, Destiny. I knew you were omni-lib. I didn't realize you, like, were a quasi-quantum liberal. Like, holy shit. Oh my god. Wow. Whoa. That's flat out untrue, because even back then, people were opposed to the war. Yeah, it got shot on, but they were still out there in the U.S. Oh, 100%. And they were labeled as terrorists, Al-Qaeda supporters, anti-American, just like, how, pro-Palestinian protesters now, whether in America or elsewhere around the world, are considered pro-Hamas supporters, pro-terrorists, anti-Semitic, and anti-Israeli and shit, which at least that part's true. But everything else is like, what? I mean, it's just insane. Like, I mean, it really, like, I mean, this is where Paul is, just unequivocally, honestly, just straight right. Just straight up correct. Like, and the fucking fact that, Destiny's willing to just dismiss that shit and honestly be that fucking detached from reality is just, like, I mean, I know libs that at least acknowledge these fucking points that Paul's mentioning about, like, the Iraq war and Afghanistan and shit. There's fucking libs that some really libby-ass people that I know that even acknowledge this. That they will at least acknowledge this shit. So it's like, this is like some quantum liberal shit. This is like ascending beyond omni-liberal. Like, oh my god. Oof. Yikes. Reality now is the calling a lib speciality. That, sadly, it is. Sad but true. Sad but true. I had a theory that most liberals are addicted to opioids, so that's why that's where the disconnect comes from. Well, I mean, maybe for some of them. I think a lot of them are probably just winos or, maybe addies. For Destiny. What the fuck? Does Destiny got like a fucking goddamn shotgun just chilling back there? Oh my god, yeah. What the fuck? Yo, Destiny, are you trying to flex or something? What the fuck? I could do that on YouTube too. Like, if I wanted to, I could actually technically, if I could find a way, like, have, like, a little stand for my shotgun or an AK in my background. I mean, because I found out that, weirdly enough, I technically can have firearms on stream, but I literally cannot touch them. They could be background things, like, props in the background, but that's literally all they can be. You cannot touch them. So I found out, that about, at least YouTube's TOS about that shit. So it's like, if I wanted to, I could have them displayed somewhere and be like, yeah, here they are. Not like I'm going to do that, by the way. I mean, I'm not like, that much of a show off. I'll mention that I have them, but I mean, especially just because I don't even want to risk it. Like, fuck you. Like, if, the only time you might see me have them is if I, like, make a video of me going down to, like, my favorite little spot, in the foothills and target shooting. Because I've been meaning to do that. I've talked that up before, so I've been meaning to do that at some point. And you know what? I think at some point this weekend I might need to do that. Just a little bit.
I understand. No, they didn't. What do you mean?
They funded all okay, so wait a minute. All of the hijackers, Saudi nationals, their leader, Saudi national, that has ties to a
Bin Laden was in exile. Bin Laden had been expelled from Saudi Arabia, and none of those hijackers were in Saudi Arabia.
But he came from a Saudi royal family and still had ties to that fucking money and to the family and shit. Like, he still had to bro. You can't deny that, man. Like, yeah, maybe in the Saudi government exiled him and, some other members of his family and shit, but the Bin Laden family, broadly, was still a royal family in Saudi Arabia, and they still are. Like, you can't just ignore that, bro. Like, dude, are you serious? Oh my... Dude. Like, there are Bin Ladens that still are alive right now, man. Like, you can't just fucking ignore that. Like, come on. Like, really? I'm actually kind of fucking shocked on this. I'm actually more shocked on this, more so than the IP thing. Like, honestly, like, what? I don't think I've ever heard him say this shit before. And look, I've listened to him do some debate bro shit and been on, like, debate panels and all sort of shit and stuff. But, like, I don't think he's ever made these points before. So it's like, where the fuck is this come from besides being just like a quantum lib? Like, I mean, oh my god.
They'd all been kicked out. Saudi Arabia doesn't want these people in their country. They didn't want those people in their country.
Bin Laden family money.
Why did they fund them? Like, there's direct Saudi money directed, to these fucking groups. You can't just smugly, like, you can't just smugly just laugh it off, you fuck.
They distanced themselves from Bin Laden to keep their fucking good graces with America going. The Bin Laden money was not taken. The Bin Laden family was not stripped of title. He still had access to all of that money, which is Saudi money. And you're telling me Saudi Arabia had nothing to do with this?
Bin Laden had a whole bunch of money on his own. And also, I don't know how...
Yeah, because he was a part of the royal family of the Bin Laden family. Oh my god, dude! What the fuck? Why do you think that, bro? Dude, like, you can't just be... Are you that dense? Are you that fucking dense, Destiny? Like, oh my god, really, dude? This is actually more fucking absurd than, like, dude, and I wasn't even politically aware, and I was a child growing up in this shit, and I fucking understood this shit. Cause, dude, back in the dude, like, I've talked it before. Dude, my bread and butter in the early YouTube days, I loved, outside of, like, looking at, like, music videos that people would make, for different, bands like Nightwish, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, whatever the fuck, or looking at, like, cryptid shit. It was conspiracy shit. I loved looking at stuff like that. And guess what? That also included 9/11 stuff. And honestly, some of the stuff that I do remember, like the whole idea of like the Saudis being tied to it, and Osama bin Laden's ties, to Saudi Arabia's government historically and his whole family and shit and all sorts of like all that, shocker, was always right. Like not every single weird little thing, back in the Wild West days of YouTube when it came to those, like conspiracy videos, were true. Because a lot of it had like JQ shit, Anunnaki, Illuminati stuff, and all this other bullshit. But like, just like, and this is even like the forte of Alex Jones, for example. It's like, to really sell a good conspiracy to someone, you always, put a kernel of truth to it. So it's like, like when you put some kernel of truth, like, oh yeah, the Saudi, government and, is tied to the bin Ladens and thus, they're actually tied to, to 9/11 a little bit. And the Bushes knew about this shit. And that's also why the Jews, blah, blah, blah. And then it starts devolving into insane shit. And that's how you sell a good conspiracy. Because if you at least sell the shit that there's at least some circumstantial or just overt evidence to, and you can get people on that, then it's easy to sell everyone else on all the other insane shit. And this was before I was politically aware and I was able to at least understand that shit a little bit. Because I never delved into that insane weird JQ shit or the Anunnaki or whatever the fuck else and stuff. And I checked out those websites back in the day. Like, and, oh man, dude, there was something about them like mid-2000s, like era of like the internet that was just so fun, dude. It was fun. I mean, because at the very minimal, I saw it as entertainment. But, there were some things, because as a kid growing up, seeing like all that, shit on the news, about 9/11 and then like the invasion of Afghanistan and then Iraq and all sorts of shit. I wasn't really politically aware, but I knew that shit. Subconsciously, I was aware of the stuff, and seeing those videos kind of, maybe planted some seeds in a weird way. I mean, in a good way, obviously, because I ain't, like I said, it ain't like Anunnaki, Illuminati, like Alex Jonesian, weird shit or whatever, right? But, it's like, with every conspiracy, there's kind of a kernel of truth to it to a certain extent. Well, maybe not every single conspiracy, but at least, for at least the big, more prominent ones, especially with like 9/11 and stuff, or like, with Iraq or like all sorts of shit, there might be kernels of truth to all these things, but it's like, there's always going to be some weird, crazy, absurd shit to it. But that shouldn't dismiss the fact that, the truths that are there are the truths, like a part of the facts of what happened. It's like, you can't just dismiss that shit just because there are some outlandish shit that is out there about some different theories about the whole shit. It's like, I mean, you can't just, rule out everything just because, like, it might fit the idea of, like, oh, it's all just a part of the cockamamie conspiracy shit that people think. It's like, well, hey, not all that shit is. Some conspiracies end up being kind of true.
He was a Saudi royal adjunct. His family is a high-ranking family in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, when you go to the Middle East and you go to like these families, these huge clans that run these countries, but like if you go to Qatar, like 1/4 of the population are like royal family.
An expert now? You're an expert in like Saudi politics now? I've never heard you talk Saudi politics.
Well, the last book that I read was called Culture and Conflict in the Middle East, and it speaks a lot about the different structures of people in these areas. So I'm not, to be clear, I'm not an expert in these politics. I'm not. I readily, fully admit that.
I do not have this at 1.2. What the fuck? Why is this so fast? What did they like get it to 1.25 speed out of nowhere? Like, why? Oh my god, this is some. Or is Destiny just that much of a fucking like cocaine head? Like, I mean, a Ben Shapiro-esque cocaine head, dude. Like, oh my god. Ugh, slow down. Do I have to put this on 0.75 speed?
But I will say that one thing that I've learned that was kind of crazy to me is like I get fans that come through and say I'll donate like $500. Like, oh damn, and they're like, oh, like I'm royalty from XYZ country. And I've had like 3 different people say this, like what the. And I remember I remarked on this on stream. I was like, how the because do I like all these princes that like watch my stream? And some guy emailed me. It's like because of the family structures in these places like Qatar or the UAE or Saudi Arabia, like royal family will be like 1/4 of the like there's thousands of people or tens of thousands of people that are like a prince or related to a prince just because of the way that these family structures work.
And isn't that just kind of like an indictment of like the fact that like royal family caste system, like weird monarchy medieval style structures of like society is a problem still and like shitty? Because if you have all these rich elites and then you have like the rest of the population basically being their fucking slaves, to their enrichment and their wealth, isn't that kind of an indictment on them? I mean, maybe like, those, people, like just happen to be in the circumstance and aren't really cool with it, but just whatever. I don't know. But like, wouldn't that really kind of be, saying something a little bit? I mean, because like, I would tell those type of people, be like, hey, like, I get, you're in the circumstance that you are and shit, but like, I hope that, maybe you understand that, like, a lot of the people that, might be beneath you and shit really want to at least just have a basic standard of living where they can thrive and live and partake in the arts and do things that you're doing. They aren't asking for much, but they want something to at least just live with. So I can hopefully recognize that maybe, with the influence of you being in the position that you're in, might be able to maybe reform things, or something. Be the change that you want to see kind of stuff, right? Like, at least plant a seed or something, right? But, it's like, I've had some, like, even being a small being that I am, I've had people from, like, come from different parts of the, world, popping on this shit. Like, I've had people from India, like, people from, Pakistan, from Egypt, Russia, even, like, Germany, or, like, places in, like, Central South America and stuff as well. It's like, it's really cool. I think that shit is so fucking cool. And, and also, the random people maybe in the States or anywhere else in the world that might just happen to pop in and lurk for a little bit and shit too. Because I noticed that as well. It's like, and I think that shit's just dope. It's like, maybe it's not like, 50 or 100 people or 1,000 or whatever, but I don't give a shit. I mean, because, like, think about it in a real life sense. Like, if you were in the room and you had, like, just 5 people from potentially all over the world just kind of chilling with you and you're all just kind of chit-chatting, having a little smoke session shit, it's like, I mean, that's like a fucking, cool little, like, night right there, you know what I mean? So it's like, there, even if it's, like, as small as it is, it's like there's a little something to it. You know what I mean? Like, it really legit is. Like, it doesn't really matter if it's like, 100 people or something. Because it's honestly, imagine if there's 100 people in the room just all kind of chilling, having a little smoke session, just like chatting it up and stuff. It's like, that's like a full meetup right there. That's like a little block party, basically. You know what I mean? So it's like, the internet really is like a very fascinating place in that way. And hopefully, some of these people that might live in certain circumstances and might have like certain privileges or, have certain like, lived experiences, like maybe being a royal or whatever, like a prince, some family just, and, just because they're like one of the many thousands of them or whatever, it's like, maybe they might be able to be the one that's like the prince of the people or something, you know what I mean? Like, who knows? But just knowing that, like, there's such an interconnection like that, I think, really at least gives me some sense of optimism to it. Think about it. Destiny said this. Who? Nick Fuentes is being Semitic again. Nope, not ringing a bell, so these people must not exist. Or I finally lost it. Well, can we just start doing the con lib move where we fly out to deny facts? It'd be nice to look at where Destiny is and only see an empty chair. Dude, okay, yeah, for real, dude. I wish it was that easy. I really did. I really wish it was. Yep. Take a little pee break real quick. I'll be right back. I'm doing it again. See, I do it every time. The 18 thing. Every time. Two-cup boy, the sweet chunky puff. pup just wants to hang out in the hallway. Whoop. Yeah, man, over there. Goofy little pup just literally wants to hang out in the hallway. He's just like chilling over there. I've been trying to convince him for like the past like minute and a half. Be like, come on, bro. But he's just like, no, I'm not budging. I have a feeling it's gonna probably bark, eventually, within the next couple minutes. But whatever. What are you gonna do? He's a little goof. You can see Mizu though. Do you think their brains are just shaped differently or something? I don't know, man. I think it's a culmination of different ideas, but I think at least, there's different, major factors. And I think I know at least a couple. A lot of it is just like being raised a certain way and not really being exposed to much else, and shit. Like, for example, basically being born and raised in, some small town, hardcore conservative Christian, community that's Pentecostal or something, and that's pretty much all you know, and you're just basically born and raised there and shit for most of your life, kind of thing. It's I think there's that type of factor. A lot of it might just be a lack of proper education, which, especially with that first point, definitely plays a role in that too. Where it comes to just not really having the proper critical thinking skills, or just being gullible and not really understanding certain implications of different factors of maybe certain facts, stuff the whole kind of garnishing truth with conspiracy and absurdity kind of shit, from what I was saying from earlier, right? So there's that. A sense of trying to have a sense of Dunning-Kruger, I think plays a role, where there's a sense of oh, I know more than the average person because I know this stuff. When it comes to these other weird, crazy conspiracies and shit. It's to go out of the way to be obtuse. Yeah. And with Flibs, I don't know, man. I think there's some weird sense of civility, decorum kind of thing. I think that was kind of the other point I was going to get to. A sense of civility, decorum. This morality, ivory tower of oh, as long as we're civil and tolerant of everything, it's all good in Peachy King, and we can be civil and have decorum, kind of bullshit. Even if it's really heinous ideas, and thus give value and credence and kind of an equal footing to some really heinous shit, the genocide of Palestine or whatever the fuck, or transphobia when it comes to the TERFs, when it comes to exclusive radical femmes and shit, or whatever, right? It's I think it comes from that, so I don't know, man. I think, like I said, there's I think, major foundations, and it kind of varies depending from person to person, whether conservative or liberal. But I think it's just a very deeper, nuanced psychological, talk, honestly. Because, depending on who we talk about, at least when it comes to a specific person, maybe, or at least a specific kind of group of, someone who might be liberal or conservative. I think it varies. This kind of depends on who we're talking about, Though I do think it has its root foundations, like what we were talking about. I think, there's at least some foundational roots, but I think it just kind of goes deeper than that,
That's something I wasn't aware of. I'm oh, okay, shit. And so these royal families,
you're arguing against American intelligence reports now, which identified the money that was used in 9/11 as Saudi money.
So, okay, when we make these statements,
dude, why does it feel when I first heard of Destiny back in 2017 or 2018 when he was doing debate bro shit against the right wing? He literally does not sound any different, literally whatsoever. His cadence, his voice, literally everything, including just how he looks, and even his camera position. Has he just not really also, is he the inverse of Hassan? Even in this liberal form, his head is so huge in comparison to his tiny torso and shoulders, bro. While Hassan has a tiny head and a gigantic shoulder torso region. Like, Destiny has a gigantic head versus his torso and shoulders. Oh my god! Has anyone ever pointed that out? Am I the first one to point that out? Because I don't think anyone's ever said that. But holy shit, Destiny's head looks so huge. Dude, oh my, you wanna know what it reminds me of? Oh my god. OGs that know some Nintendo 64 GoldenEye will know this. So there's like a little, like, you know, fun little, like, cheat code thing that you can use where, like, you know, the characters and, like, the NPCs and all that shit, where their heads would be, like, just twice the size of the bodies that they're on. Dude, like, Destiny literally looks like one of those guys. Like, you got, like, the oversized head, you know, cheat code on, so you can get, like, hella headshots, you know, in GoldenEye, you know, or whatever the fuck, dude. He literally looks like that, bro. Oh, shit, did you find one? Oh, no, he just... Dude, yes! Airhead, bro. Yeah, dude, that's even better. Dude, Rose, do you know what I'm talking about with the GoldenEye, you know, oversized head, like, Chico thing that I'm talking about? Or am I just, like, having a Mandela effect thing? Because I know GoldenEye, when you completed the game, like, it, you know, you were able to, like, you know, like, enable certain, like, codes and shit. Yes, I do. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Okay, good. Woo! I didn't want to feel like I was having, like, a weird, like, schizo moment. But, dude, if you find an image of what I'm talking about, like, bruh, I might honestly just die laughing, because I swear to God, bro, dude, Destiny straight up looks like that, bro. He does. I'm imagining it in my head, and dude, he just straight up does, bro. You know, speaking of GoldenEye N64, can we just honestly just admit right now that the menu theme for GoldenEye was a banger? Boom, 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 boom. Dude, that GoldenEye N64 theme fucking was a banger, dude. That shit slaps to this day. Slaps way too hard and unconditionally, and it is necessary, though, at the end of the day. Oh my god, you found one? Yep, dude! Oh my god, this is excellent! Dude, yes! Oh my god! Holy shit, alright, we gotta get the analysis. Oh my god! Destiny's head's a little smaller, but dude. Holy shit, dude, this is perfect right here. Oh my god. Oh, I guess it doesn't really show it, but god damn it. We got that. And then we got that. God damn it! Alright. Alright, alright. Okay, we got that. And then... boom! Dude, yes, he is! Dude, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm not wrong, okay? So, like, I mean, dude, he totally does, bro. He totally does. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Yo, dude, he totally does. Oh, man. He just needs the facial hair. Yeah, the other just needs the facial hair, yeah. Dude, I bet we could do easy Photoshop would probably, you know, like a little shop, you know, here and there. It wouldn't be that hard, but yeah, pretty much. Oh, dude, GoldenEye N64, god. Probably the best Bond game of all time. Hands down. I'm gonna say it. Maybe nostalgia is just kicking in, but you know what? Fuck you. I don't care. I don't even want to hear argument against that. Like, I know there's this, you know, the Pierce Brosnan fucking, like, a 007 game on the GameCube. That was actually pretty good, but that didn't even compare to the fucking, you know, GoldenEye N64, bro. It was good. It was a fun game, but... N64 GoldenEye, bro. Sorry, bro. The hands down best Bond game ever. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear Zoomy say, but like, well, what about this Bond game, from like 2015? It's like, I don't even give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about that shit. It's trash. N64 GoldenEye is where it's at. I don't want to hear any other argument. I don't even want to hear anything else otherwise. I refuse to hear any other fucking argument. That's the one time where I will actually just like straight up be irrational about. I don't care. Like, I will ban people for that. I'll ban a motherfucker for, arguing against it. I'll go Paul in the eye or Saul on son of a bitch. There has to be a compelling argument for me to like really consider otherwise. I mean, like, a news article's like worth. Like, I want like a full-on essay. I want like a 4-page paper at minimal. Like, justifying why, there's a better Bond game than GoldenEye and N64. Because if there isn't, then... Dude, I cannot unsee it, bro. I legit can't unsee it. I cannot unsee it, dude. Oh my god, fucking Christ. I just can't unsee it now. It's there. It's permanently scarred into my brain. Now that I noticed it, like, it's there now. Every time I see Destiny, I'm just gonna think about that now. Well, Hassan's the inverse of that. Like, Destiny is the mega head, dude. I love it.
Okay. When you say Saudi money, can you tell me what you mean by that?
I mean,
Saudi government money.
Money that was gained from a closeness to the royal family in Saudi Arabia by the bin Laden family was appropriated by Osama bin Laden and used to fund a bunch of Saudi nationals coming to America, infiltrating planes with box cutters, and flying them into national monuments and buildings in an act of terror. So my understanding. Wait, real quick. I feel like in any other situation, your answer would be follow the money.
Kind of, but so like for instance,
yes, no, straight up. But in this situation, there's nuance.
In all situations, there's nuance. Okay,
sure. So, but in this situation, there's way more nuance than I think there is. Right?
Okay. So in there's a crossing. Is it Rafah that goes in from the Gaza Strip into Egypt? Well, it's closed, I think now. But there are Egyptian soldiers that take bribes sometimes to have stuff going in and out of there. And oftentimes I'll hear people say things like Egypt is trying to, send arms, or Egypt is smuggling arms into the Gaza Strip. And I'll say, people will say, I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, Egypt takes money to smuggle arms in. And I was like, well, Egypt, like the
that's
government.
not what I said, though.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, Egypt, the government isn't. The soldiers there
that's
probably
so cute.
are. Probably easy to bribe soldiers.
I agree.
So when we say that, when we say
that
that there's like Saudi money that funds bin Laden, there's money going from Saudi Arabia to all sorts of Sunni extremists, through the Middle East. I think that's a undisputable and
Saudi extremists, Saudi and Sunni.
Sure.
Yeah.
However,
let's not obfuscate that all the people that perpetrated 9/11.
Those were so dude. I need a cat like that. Bandit was like that. I need another cat like that. He wouldn't like jump on the shoulders, but he would just like straight up like chill right on my lap. Dude, remember those streams where he would literally just curl right up on my lap? He would like, I don't know, be like, meow, and just like bloop, plop on the lap and just be a purr ball machine. Pick him up and he's like, and just go nuts. Oh, dude, man, I need a bandit again. Oh, bandit. Bandito. Little bandito. The king. He was such a sweet boy. Such a sweet boy.
According to our fucking investigation, we're Saudi nationals.
I'm just glad that Zukafa was at least experienced the bandito.
Okay. The
money that paid.
Hold on.
Money that
just
paid
to be
for
clear,
the operation Saudi.
Hold on. Just to be clear, you're not just claiming that they were Saudi nationals, though. You're claiming that the government of Saudi Arabia was aware of it and intentionally funded them to commit that terrorist attack.
Well, and Paul might be saying no, but realistically, yeah, they kind of did.
No, I did not.
Wait. Okay. Well, then maybe we might not disagree at all then.
Okay.
Because if you're just saying that like money came from the country of Saudi Arabia, so it might have been people in Saudi Arabia that were still sending money to Bin Laden or something else, then that seems to be the case. That's my understanding that is the case. Right. But there's a difference between saying that versus like the government of Saudi Arabia was knowingly funding these terrorists in an attempt to have them go and do.
Well, I mean, they were though.
Terrorists against the United States. These are two very separate claims, I think. Yeah.
So, do you think that Saudi Arabia was made aware that Saudi nationals and Bin Laden's money were being used post 9/11? Do you think?
Yep. Oh yeah, no, they're definitely aware of that.
Knew it before?
I mean, they're known to be funding like these different terrorist organizations, like Al Qaeda, Al-Nusra, Boko Haram, ISIS, even. Like they've been known to fund these different groups and shit. Like so, yeah, yeah.
We knew it. I would say yes. Right? There was a call from the Bush administration.
Yep.
To King Abdullah, who was at the time was the leader of the Saudi royal family.
Okay.
Saying, we've got Saudi nationals, we've got Saudi money, and we've got Osama bin Laden here. Right? Do you think they were made aware of this?
Made aware that Osama bin Laden was like a terrorist who was being funded money, or
yes, because he literally was in the White House with fucking Reagan, bro. Because he was a part of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. Like, yeah. So, like, it shouldn't really be without question if you really want to, like, look at the historical precedent and shit. Like, are you serious? I think Paul's at least being a little soft about it because he doesn't want to have too much animosity with Destiny, I'm assuming. I think, honestly, from what I've heard from his streams, and since this, like, he, wasn't trying to do that. So I think he was at least being charitable. But, I mean, I wouldn't really. Like, I'd be like, are you fucking real? Are you being serious right now? Like, I would be fucking, like, calling this shit out. And it's like, and I'm younger than him. I'm like a decade, younger than this motherfucker. Jank versus Destiny. Oh my god. Dude, Jank versus Destiny would be amazing. How much you want to think the Schwett index for Jank would be wild, bro? The Jank Schwett index. How much do you think it would be? Would it be like, some like election cycle, like, oh shit, is, Biden gonna win or not, kind of shit? Or is it gonna be like, well, what's the Schwett index? What would be the Schwett index like? Jake would find a way to bend space and time so he could reach through his monitor and eat him. Yeah, dude. Dude, honestly, I think it would literally defy the Schwett index, and yeah, he would try to do that. I mean, if, Destiny's the quantum lib, Jank would, like, go quantum, like, progressive and just, like, be, where he is, but also where Destiny is at the same time in, like, some quantum physical realm and eat him. Like, literally eat him. Oh, shit. Damn.
That money was being funneled to a terrorist organization from Saudi royal
They might have been, but I mean, like, how many terrorist organizations existed in the Middle East at that time that were getting funding through? Like, the question...
Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, Al-Nusra, at least during the 80s and 90s, like, or at least before the split between Al-Qaeda and Taliban, Mujahideen, Al-Nusra, Boko Haram, ISIS, like, dude, do you want the list to go on, bro? Dude, Saudi Arabia is literally straight, like, as a government, and with the royal family, has invested in this shit, bro. This isn't fucking, like, some weird conspiracy shit. This is just a fucking fact. And so is the American government, by the way. Like, the American government is really, fucking funding Al-Nusra and, like, different other, like, Shia militants that were, would be against, like, Al-Nusra and the other Sunni militant, Islamic groups and shit. And, just on the virtue of just being anti-Assad. So, like, like, different elements of our own government funded both sides, basically, of some, civil war in the Middle East and Syria and shit. So, that's great. Our money literally going into like both sides on the fucking like Civil War conflict, so that's always fun. Because why not? Let's just stick our dick in that. That ain't gonna, have any problems or ramifications down the line at all. Definitely not. Legend has it that when the Schwett index reaches critical mass, it starts to affect the loss of reality. Oh, fuck, bro. We might see that either with this election or with a Jank versus Destiny debate, dude. One or the other. I feel like, the election, shit might, break the laws of reality, but, dude, a Jank versus Destiny debate might do it too, dude. Oh, shit.
Do you think that Saudi Arabia knowingly was supporting, the government of Saudi Arabia was knowingly supporting, or knew people were supporting Osama bin Laden to commit a Saudi-led or Saudi national-led terrorist attack against the United States?
Yep.
Well, you're asking me to reveal what would be highly classified information in any government, right? You're asking me to have some knowledge of what would be XXX classified information. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, like, what were you talking about right now? Wait, the Campbells that you're referring to about Saudi Arabia communicating with the United States about information is what we
Here's what I do know.
Uh-huh.
Here's what I do know. On 9/11, 2001, Saudi nationals, backed by a Saudi royal family member or an adjunct to the royal family, Osama bin Laden, with Saudi Arabian money appropriated from Saudi Arabia, perpetrated the biggest terror attack on American soil in U.S. history.
Yep.
I follow the money. Tick. Okay, we've got Al-Qaeda. Well, who's funding this cell of Al-Qaeda? Well, their leaders, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden family, very close to the Saudi family, multi-millionaire oil family.
Yep.
Multi-billionaire oil family.
Which H.W. Bush helped fund because, he was, kind of in part on top of Reagan, by the way, who helped fund this family too, on top of that. Which, why do you think, bin Laden with the rest of, the fucking Mujahideen and other royal family, fucking Islamists from Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan happened to be in the White House, by the way? Why do you think that happened to be the case? So, it's not just Saudi money, by the way, but, if you really, follow the money far enough, it's even American money. American taxpayer dollars even fucking investing in this shit. If you really go far back enough.
So that money's going there. Okay, let's
our own money down the line, given enough time, and really, if you think about it, fucking help invest it into fucking 9/11. Our own money from fucking Reagan's era when he was funding Mujahideen, having bin Laden and all these other fucking Islamists, freedom fighters, visiting the White House and shit, and funding them with our fucking taxpayer dollars. What, you don't think they're using that money down the line to invest in, in the shit that they're able to do during fucking 9/11 and, after the fact? Of course. The American government played a fundamental role in this shit. It ain't no fucking, secret at this point anymore.
Backgrounds of these guys, now that we know who they are. Oh, Saudi. You're asking me. You sound almost like OJ's defense team. You're asking me to look elsewhere other than Saudi Arabia for the answer to that.
Well, no,
and
but
you're
you
telling me
you keep saying Saudi Arabia.
Turning Afghanistan into a parking lot was better than just jerking the chain on Saudi Arabia and telling them to quit funding terror.
So I never said anything about justifying the invasion of Afghanistan. I just alluded to the fact that after 9/11, I think the entire American public was ready to go to war with basically anybody. Okay.
It was.
Yep.
Number one. But number two, I'm just saying that we have to be clear when you say Saudi funded, Saudi organized, Saudi money or whatever. The implication there is that the government is orchestrating or at the very least knowingly supporting things. I don't think that evidence has ever been. I don't even know if bin Laden still had his Saudi citizenship at the time when he was living in Afghanistan. I don't even know if you.
So what if he did?
I don't think he was even allowed back into that country for years prior to this.
Right. Because of his actions helping the Mujahideen with the United States against Russia.
Yep.
That wouldn't be why he would be banned from Saudi Arabia.
Potentially. Because he could be seen as a radical and just some sort of, extremist that, might, dismantle the status quo of Saudi Arabia domestically. And maybe geopolitically played a fundamental role in helping, certain broader influences with America and thus Saudi Arabia. But, at the end of the day, was seen as, maybe at least just kind of like a way to, like, placate to the populace, being like, hey, the Bin Laden family aren't like these crazy wackos. Like, it just happens to be one of their kids and a few, relatives, related to him. Directly, as like his brothers, nephews, or something. It's like you got a few of the members of the family, but most of them are, all right and still chill. We have them here, blah, 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 blah. Like, I mean, I guarantee it was like some shit like that, 100%.
Oh, well, why
'Cause it
was he
was.
banned from Saudi Arabia?
Because Saudi Arabia doesn't like terrorists. They don't like extremists because they're trying to
And
Western.
why,
Bullshit.
why do they allow terrorists to continue to be funded by their royal adjunct families?
Because I don't think the Saudi Arabian government can control the.
They have no idea.
I actually would say that they do have an idea and they don't care. They're okay with it because it doesn't affect the main governmental royal family's bottom line. If anything, it is a broader investment to them because they can, continue to get, taxpayer dollars and funding from America, shit like this, because they can tie it into like military investments into, places in, the Middle East and shit. And where these groups happen to be very active, where I would say, yeah, there's a whole fucking cabal around it and shit. And it's like, not, and as far as I'm concerned, considering, the coincidences of, with these, foreign interventions America has been involved in, and the ties to Saudi Arabia and shit, it ain't really not much of a fucking coinkydink. Why do you think we're involved with the genocide that, Saudi Arabia is doing to the Yemeni people? Because, like, we happen to be funding Saudi Arabia and investing into their shit.
They've got no idea where that money's
I
going
didn't
to.
say they have no idea. I'm just saying. Why, I mean, do you think that there aren't U.S. citizens that fund terrorists, or there aren't U.S. citizens?
Oh,
that
I
fund...
know there are.
Yeah, but then
sure.
we wouldn't say that all of that funding is U.S. supported, right?
If the United States government, see, this is different. You're talking about some yokel that contributes to some white nationalist organization or something. I'm talking about a high-ranking billionaire family member of a royal adjunct to the Saudi throne. You can't make that comparison fly, bro. Come on.
Okay, so then let me just back up and
So
reassess.
if-
Wait, hold on, wait, let me just reassess.
was-
Let me just reassess. Okay, because I don't know what your claim is anymore. I'm not sure. Are you? So I'm just asking again because it feels like you're not giving me clear answers. Do you think that the Saudi Arabian, the crown prince, the royalty monarch, the Saudi Arabia government, okay, the monarch knew that Bin Laden wasn't going to engage in big terrorisms against the United States, and they continue to intentionally allow funds to flow to him or fund them themselves,
know.
whatever?
I would say yes.
I don't know.
Okay, well then what's the point of like saying Saudi, Saudi, Saudi over and over and over again?
Because they happen to be heavily funded and invested into these, groups and these royal families, because they happen to be a part of the, the wealthy royal, establishment of Saudi Arabia, which happens to be very heavily invested in the idea of, the oil production / the warmongering and military investments, that happen in their name on top of, the name of American expansionism to, oil and natural resources in these regions that Saudi Arabia also is invested in. I mean, they go hand in hand. I mean, it's not that hard to fucking figure out, bro. Yeah. Yes.
Because what you're at, let me give you a better analogy that isn't weaselly like the one you tried to sneak by me. Okay, how about this?
Wait, what did I say that was weaselly?
You said, "Oh, but there are people in the United States that fund terrorism, right?" Well, yeah. You're trying to compare a high-ranking government official in Saudi Arabia, or at least the family of a high-ranking government official, with some yokel that gives money to the local Nazi party or something. And that funds a Groiper attack somewhere or whatever right?
I'm just saying there's a difference between the private citizens versus like the government. I don't know if Bin Laden wasn't like part of the Saudi Arabian government or anything, right?
No. In the Saudi Arabia, there is not. In Saudi Arabia, they're royalists there. So your closeness to the royal family determines your power and the power you project below you.
Sure, but
yep.
Just because
the Bin Laden family is incredibly fucking powerful in Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
Billionaire oil magnate family. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. So let me give you an American analogy that works. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, is funneling money to Russia secretly through Ukraine to fund attacks on the Donbass. You would be making the argument, Do you want me to know? Do you want me to believe that the American government knew about that money leaving the country and going to the Donbass?
If who was
To fund
doing it?
terror? Hunter Biden.
Okay.
Or Nancy Pelosi's daughter, Alexandra Pelosi, decides she's going to stop making documentaries and start funding terror groups.
Yeah.
Are you going to tell me that the U.S. government has plausible deniability when one of their leading class funnels money to terror?
I wouldn't say that the United States supported this thing. Whether the United States would know about it or not, I'm not sure. It would depend on the specifics of the
I
circumstances.
think you know.
Oh, so there's some nuance behind it when America does it potentially. But when, Saudi Arabia does it, and it's like, no. Like, really, dude? Really? And honestly, why are you fucking, carrying water for Saudi Arabia, you fucking weirdo?
I think you are sure. You know, you read Snowden's book, or at the very least are aware of the surveillance state in this country, right? Do you think a dime leaves this shore that America doesn't know about?
Probably in a variety of ways, yes. As much as the surveillance
gotcha.
might exist, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. It's hard to keep track of all of it, yeah.
Gotcha, buddy.
Um,
Oh, it's Geegan.
Wait, who the fuck is this?
no, wait, Vegan, what do you want?
Wait, this is Vegan Gains? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, Vegan Gains comes back for, for round 2? Whoa! What the fuck? Vegan Gains? Dude, Geegan Veins is back? What the fuck?
You with me because
how do I tell my...
Wait, can you come back and, wait, let me finish this conversation and then you can come back, okay? And then you're gonna go into
Yeah.
okay?
Well, I just wanted to...
Wait, no, because whatever you say is he's gonna want to respond, and then it's gonna go back and forth, back and forth.
No, not at all.
No. Let me be a soul assistant, just butt in and be an egotistical fuck. Let me stroke my ego. Get the fuck out of here, Geegan Veins, you fucking weird little twit, you little bitch. Get out of here. Fuck
I
off.
just wanted to tell Paul, even though you're
a faggot, I love you.
upset at me, I don't know why in particular. You're always free to come on my channel and have a debate.
Thanks, bud. Now, can we move on?
I also wanted to ask...
Can we go back to what we're...
Oh my god. Geegan Veins, you fucking dumb shit. Why did you butt in on this, you dumb fuck? Get out of here.
Please, dude, you want to finish this topic, or you want Geegan Veins to be salty because I
let me
I just wanted to ask one other question.
Hold on. Before you ask the question, I'm going to let Destiny know. I'm going to want to respond to this.
Okay, here's what we're going to do, okay? Listen, you can ask the question, but then he's going to respond, and then you don't get a response after that. Even if he says the worst thing ever, okay?
Oh,
Okay.
that's fine.
Go ahead, yeah.
So, I saw Destiny disagreed with you. Why didn't you, run away and start screaming?
Because Destiny didn't spend an hour establishing a very clear-cut and defensible ethic about the value of life, and then undercut it with his IP.
Okay, all right. And then you can come back in and argue with him later if you want on that, okay? All right.
Bye.
Okay.
Have some consistency.
Jesus.
Anyway.
Okay, all right.
Oh my god, get fucked, Vegan Gains. Get fucked on, bro. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Geegan Veins, oh my god. I got nothing against vegans, but Geegan Veins, Vegan Gains, dude, no, fuck his ass. Nah, he's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
Backing up a lot, okay? Just backing up a lot, okay? So, okay, I'm not, okay. Hunter Biden.
Dude, Vegan Gains straight up disrupted the entire flow of this fucking thing. Oh my god, fuck him. Dude, he could go fuck himself. That little worthless pissant, that little worthless bitch. Dude, fuck you. You literally are such a egotistical fuck. You had to butt yourself in there for no goddamn reason. Literally no reason but to waste everyone's fucking time. The fuck it. Oh my god, I'm actually mad now. Dude, fuck Vegan Gains.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to do this. Can I go fucking piss? This is
No,
fucking
you're
my
good.
mental.
Go for it. Yeah, knock yourself out. Go ahead.
I want to recenter. I'm going to go take a leak real fucking quick, boss. Okay? And I'll be back.
Okay.
Just give me a sec.
Did you see his debate with me?
Oh, go. Oh my god. You know what? While he's gone, I want to hear this. I want to hear it.
I have not. No.
It was pretty hilarious. He basically screamed and just ran away and left when
No, that's not what happened. That is not what happened, you fucking faggot. Go fuck off. Like, no, that is not what happened, you stupid fuck. That is not what happened. You were fucking, like, willing to fucking, you deny the fucking right of life, for fucking Palestinians when it came to, the Israel and Palestine issue. And are willing to fucking, undermine that shit, but, scream virtue for a chicken or a cow, and, scream how their life, matters more, but Israel is okay for slaughtering children and women and, innocent Palestinians, and their lives matter not. Like, go fuck yourself. You worthless piece of shit. Detestable motherfucker.
the militant to civilian casualty ratios.
Oh my god, I don't even want to hear this. Holy shit. I'm skipping ahead. Oh my god. Oh, fuck off with that. What's another fun little... Let's go to Fairness Doctrine.
Bringing this back, would you say that the Fairness Doctrine will ignore all of the legal implementation? Obviously, the FCC doesn't have domain over cable, internet, whatever. But like, would this Fairness Doctrine also have to apply to now, like, YouTube?
Wait, what? When it comes to reinstating the Fairness Doctrine? Alright, I'm just gonna say this right now. Can we just at least reinstate the Fairness Doctrine from what it was prior to its dissolvement? Can we just at least reinstate, the Fairness Doctrine for what it is, and then we can go from there? Like, I mean, how about that? Like, let's just, return the Fairness Doctrine when it comes to just what it was, and we can, argue about whether we expand it from there. Can we just at least bring it back first? Can we do that? I don't want to, do this bullshit of, like, well, let's bring it back, but let's try to, expand it before we bring it back. It's like, no, just bring it back first. Like, reinstate it, and then we can expand it from there. Like, that's better than just trying to jump the gun and go, 5 steps ahead when you haven't even established the first step again because you had to walk a few steps back because of fucking far-right conservative fascist bullshit. So, I mean, come on, dude. We're jumping the gun a little bit, aren't we, Destiny?
That's a whole broader conversation that I don't know if you want to have that with me.
Okay, well, let's get more specific. Would we have to apply to, say, like, the Daily Wire that only exists online?
Yes.
Because some of these alternative media companies are gaining, so then you end up in a really unfair area where, let's say you're CNN,
I guess that's a disagreement with me and Paul, I suppose.
Or whatever, and you're like, okay, well, we're at Fox News, we fucking love Trump, we're at CNN, we fucking love Biden, we just want to promote him all the time, but we have to fucking give airtime to the other people, and now we got to compete with these fucking YouTubers who can literally suck off, like Destiny on his stream just did like the 24-hour, Biden birthday celebration stream, and if we were to do that, we'd also have to do a 24-hour Trump celebration stream. Fuck us, now we're fucked. We get right. How would you? It seems like you'd have an issue balancing that out, and everybody would just gravitate towards the online shit anyway.
How much old media did you watch prior to becoming a political entity?
When I grew up, the thing that I consumed vastly, more than any other media thing, was conservative talk radio. I grew up in a Republican household, so I listened to.
Well, that was my intro. My
Same here.
dad was a union member that was recruited out of the union by the company to be a boss.
Sure. Wait, real quick, before we move on to this anecdote, you acknowledge there's an issue there for that fairness doctrine that it wouldn't apply to any other stuff.
I'm going to try and address it. I'm sorry. I'm a rambly guy. If you want to hold me to the point, I won't tell the story. It's fine.
No, that's fine. I just want to be so that we are. Go for it.
The reason I was asking was to just kind of get an idea what your basis in old media is. And when I say old media, people understand I'm talking about talk radio. I'm talking about old new, like Walter Cronkite news. I'm talking about old periodicals of note.
Rush Limbaugh is another good example, at least when it comes to talk radio. Lars Larson is another one, at least for the PNW.
Way more well-respected informational outlets like the New York Times, San Francisco Chronicle, LA Times, et cetera, right? Chicago Tribune, whatever, your local paper even.
The Oregonian, the Willamette Weekly, at least here for the local papers.
Right.
Sure.
So did you have any exposure to any of that type of old media outside of conservative talk radio?
No, conservative talk radio would have been almost exclusive, and then books that they publish, like Ann Coulter, Michael Savage, stuff like that.
Yeah, so
Yep.
my dad did a whole heel turn away from leftism towards conservative talk radio. He and I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. Who's that dude that sounds like greetings, everybody, from the end of the planet. This is Mark Levin. Mark Levin. Yeah, we used to listen to that guy. You remember him? I don't know. Maybe you didn't listen to him.
Is this the same guy that writes for though?
Yeah, Mark Levin used to be a big conservative radio talk show host, along with Dr. Well, she's not a
Matt Levine. Matt Levine?
Yeah.
Matt Levine? I don't know. Okay, never mind. Okay, good.
Mark
Go ahead.
Levin, and it doesn't matter.
Sure, okay.
What I'm saying is like, in order to stay informed back in those days, because I'm a little older than you. I'm 44. I don't know how old you are, but I know I'm older than you.
Almost 36, 35, yeah.
Not too much older than you. Okay, so
I'm about a decade his junior. About maybe 9 or 8 years, minimal.
I used to
I find it interesting. I'm a decade the junior of Destiny, and Destiny is a decade junior of Paul, dude. What the fuck?
2 periodicals a day.
Dude, there's like 3 generations of shit going on here. That's so got fucking freaking out. I knew he was gonna start barking off. Why is he barking off? Oh my god. Alright, hold on. Holy shit. Hey! Bro, what's up? What's up, man? Hey! Well, hi. Hello. What's up, bro? What's up, man? Oh, you stretchy little corny boy. What? Oh, you're just like, oh my god. Belly. Ah! Oh, little belly. Oh, who's that good boy? What's up, Bup? Oh, that face! Ugh. Oh my god. What's up with Tsuka? I don't know. It's fine now. Okay. Goofball.
They just started barking.
I know. I was in the middle of checking this thing out, and and then he just went off, and I brought him back in here, and now he's fine. I don't know. He's a nut.
I was reading New York Times every day, my local paper every day, and then on Sundays I would read the Times, the Chronicle, and my local Sunday paper. I used to watch a broad variety of news sources, right, to make sure I was trying to get the full picture.
Okay.
Because I did activism before I started doing it on the internet. I was involved in protest groups and canvassing, like I told you, right? And in order to stay informed and to know that I felt like I was on the right side of history with things, I had to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And those things were under the Fairness Doctrine at that time. Like you read, the Fairness Doctrine was eliminated, I think, in 2011 completely, in order to make way.
Okay.
Is that what you read from the wiki article? I'm sorry if I'm misquoting. That's what I remembered you reading.
Yeah, you're in 2011 the rule was gotten rid of, but I think in 87 I think they stopped enforcing it or something.
Right.
Yeah.
But the Fairness
Thanks, Reagan.
Doctrine was still a concept that was in place. It was still widely adopted by these. It wasn't like the New York Times. I'm not claiming the New York Times back in the day used to do editorial counter editorial every time, right? But they did used to do double editorial, Here's one side, here's the other. Here's the left, here's the right. Here's the Republican, here's the Dem.
Okay.
That kind of has disappeared. There's been a partisan kind of fracture in the media. And
Sure,
now
but I'm
we-
curious,
and
if we
now
look-
we-
If we look at the
Because the fairness doctrine has been destroyed and needs to be reinstated, basically. Like, and back in '87, it wasn't enforced anymore, but then in 2011, it was basically completely revoked and destroyed. And so '87, Reagan era, and in 2011, well, thanks to Obama, thanks Reagan, it be kind of basically like it didn't become enforceable after like the Reagan administration essentially, but then it didn't really get completely destroyed and removed until 2011 essentially. Like when the last nail on the coffin, so to speak, happened. Because the fairness doctrine needs to be reinstated, honestly, because that's the reason why, media tends to be so partisan and so biased and just bullshit, basically for the most part. And that's why a lot of people tend to go to alternative media, which tends to be online mostly at this point.
Media's kind of gone, it's like another leg of the government anymore.
Well, I mean, honestly, weirdly that you say that, because it was actually meant to be that. It was meant to be the fourth estate to kind of be like a fourth check and balance of the government in a way. That's kind of was meant to be the point of the fairness doctrine, at least in part, and also in part of the media. They're like that unofficial, fourth branch of the government that kind of is like the media, news, journalistic, check and balance, to the other three branches in a way. That was kind of what it was. It was like kind of a figurative fourth branch, but now it isn't anymore. Like that idea is actually just gone. I mean, a lot of it is because the fairness doctrine isn't a thing anymore. Like at least, there might have been a time where at least up until 2011 where it was enforced maybe, regionally or maybe locally, but at this point, it's just unless you find some alternative stuff online, pretty much at this point, or maybe some local paper stuff, like the Willamette Weekly, for example, or the Portland Mercury or whatever the fuck. It's at this point, there's going to be a strong, heavy bias, to that shit, and even then there is.
Lots of bias.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. That's why you always have to kind of it's basically the whole idea of the fairness doctrine has pretty much been put on the onus of the consumer, of media when it comes to news and journalism. And it's just I can kind of get that because obviously we should be critically thinking, people and shit, as a populace. But it's there should at least there should be some basic firewalls of media and journalism to say they're not partisan, at least, in some way, shape, or form. Even if there is, alternative media that, goes, against that or whatever the fuck. It's there needs to at least be some basic fucking standard that especially these major mainstream, media journalistic organizations, whether it's, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, I don't give a fuck what it is. There needs to be, the fairness doctrine needs to be reinstated because because that would at least help get a basic foundation of some integrity in media again. Honestly, especially since when it got revoked and at least it wasn't enforced anymore, it's that type of shit. It just reinstating it from what it was back in the 80s, and then we figure out how to reform it for modern times later. It's that would do so much fucking good. Honestly, I would think. It's we just got to bring that shit.
Around during all that.
I know. And the fairness doctrine wasn't completely gutted until 2011. So I was growing up when it was still a thing a little bit. And it's maybe not enforced anymore, but at least still kind of a thing. It's fuck. It would do so much. It would do so much good. Just to at least restate what it was. Before it got unenforced and gutted basically, and then just go from there. Because we really desperately fucking need it, especially with how partisan and how biased and how propagandized, media news is. That whether mainstream or even on alternative media. I'm a dozen on the internet. I've grown up, watching TV, seeing CNN with the fucking shit, with Fallujah or whatever the fuck or some shit, It's or talk radio in the car, when it comes to Lars or fucking Rush Limbaugh or whoever the fuck, growing up. I had a little hodgepodge of it all. So it's I understand this type of stuff. And it's I mean, and at the end of the day, it's like there is like like an objective, like kind of like political like truth, to things, but it's like most media is not in that interest, and really, frankly, the truth tends to be kind of like the one that tends to get shut down the most, when it comes to a lot of the broader status quo, anyway. Like the ones that try to actually advocate for like the truth and the justice that needs to be heard in the world tend to be the ones that get shut down the most and the most suppressed. I'm not talking about America, just in general. I'm talking about globally, because it's not just some uniquely American thing that I'm talking about.
No.
Yeah. If we look at the media today, do we think that the issue is the partisanship, or do we think that the issue is is different than that?
Copay no los dos. I would argue that it's that wealth, and a lot of the fact that there's like corporate for-profit interest involved in it. Like could it be maybe a multitude of issues there, bud?
Well, it's partisanship. It's a lack of fact checking, right? It's letting people present incorrect opinion as fact and just letting that float over an entire organization that has news in its name, right? I mean, what news are you giving people if what you just did was cope about Donald Trump not having a diaper on for fucking 50 minutes? I mean, give me a break, right? So we agree on that. So that's what I think the fairness doctrine tries to fucking combat, which is now how the American media landscape operates.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really, when I say I'm not convinced, I haven't like explored this argument much. So it's not like I've done a whole bunch of reading or something. Cool. But when I say I'm not convinced,
I don't expect you to like hammer out your whole fucking position. I'm just glad you're thinking about it. Because that's why I wanted to talk to you.
Sure.
You know?
I'm only giving that. I was just giving that so that what comes after, it's not like I have a huge conviction on this. I'm just saying that.
Gotcha.
My feeling is when I look at how people do news reporting and stuff today.
Okay, so I guess with that in mind, I was kind of thinking like I was going to get a little harsh about this one, but all right, I'll hear him out for a second here. Because I was about to be like, okay, why is he not convinced? I was about to be like, meh, but since he's, he hasn't thought about much, and he's actually openly admitted, like, look, I'll ponder this stuff, but here's just my take about it right now. Maybe I'll think about it later down the line, and maybe be convinced otherwise. But remember, so I'll grant him that. So
things have happened. One are a lot of the issues have gotten like exponentially more complicated. So,
yes.
For instance, like climate.
I mean. Okay, well, I don't want to really like pause it every time, but I want to say at least with this, like, sure, but like, you don't think like back in like the 60s, 70s, or even the 80s and shit, like, you don't think things were very heavily politically complicated? Like, there was a time where the nukes were unironically like a genuine threat of like about to pop off kind of shit during the Cold War, it's like, especially during the Cuban Missile Crisis and stuff like that. So it's like, I mean, it was a major, like, if anything, it's like, it's with fears like that, it's like, I mean, things are pretty crazy and about to pop off almost, in certain circumstances and shit. Yeah, outside of, like, gut feelings or, diplomacy and, like, cooler heads prevailing kind of shit happening when it comes to these events where shit could have popped off, it's like, I don't know, I mean, like, things were pretty fucking intense back then, and things are intense now, and for very different reasons for sure. And I kind of cut it off when he was about to talk about like, the climate and stuff. So it's like, which I think is a major factor that wasn't back then as much. But it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, due to different factors, I mean, shit is, if anything, just as, if honestly, arguably, probably maybe more intense than it was back then. Maybe not due to, like, oh shit, because nukes popping off, but because of other, like, major catastrophes that, we kind of face as a generation. And if anything, they're more, long-term and destructive in comparison to just, like, a nuke popping the fuck off, which is very destructive, but a very rapid destruction. With long-term ramifications nonetheless, but not necessarily the same thing, but it's a very different fear and a very different catastrophe, in a very different apocalyptic scenario. So it's like basically this generation has got a different apocalyptic scenario to think about, but nonetheless, it's like that intensity about that is still there. And if anything, honestly, especially with this one, it's just gonna get worse.
Change was very, very simple when it was just a fucking donut hole in the ozone layer. There's a hole. We need advanced CFCs to make the hole get smaller.
Yeah, there was a hole once. Yeah, bro. Yo, that was not like the major end all be all there, buddy. Like, is he actually fucking undermining this right now? Is he actually doing that? Is he undermining the whole thing about, like, oh my god, I think he is. I think he actually is. Holy fuck. Are you serious? Like, bro. He's undermining this. Like, no, you can't just do that, bro. You literally just cannot do that. Like, what? What? I know you're really invested in this, but this really cracked me up. Well, hey, you're not the only one to stun lock, so go right ahead. Like, it's okay. We've been stun locking, like, in between all this, because frankly, it's Destiny after all. The quantum quasi omni liberal. So, I mean, frankly, we need some reprieve occasionally, so I'm okay with it.
Sir, my name's Marvin. I'm from the United Marmot Association.
Oh, the UMA? Oh, I'm familiar with the UMA. Should get started after a while, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's why I need some reprieve. You need some reprieve occasionally. And that's why I'm honestly kind of like, kind of pinballing around a little bit. Like, I need to, like, just kind of, like, check around the chapters. So, like, I haven't watched the entire thing in its totality. I'm just skimming around a little bit. Because there ain't no way I'm gonna watch the entire fucking thing, I just thought it was kind of cool that Paul actually finally talked Destiny, and I just kind of want to at least explore it, off and on throughout the stream. That's pretty much essentially the theme of it. But, like I said, the reprieve, in between everything is certainly welcomed, honestly. Especially after everything that, like, dude, I mean, I guarantee, like, what the fuck is the temperature right now? 76? Ah! Boo! It's schwitzing. I'm melting like the Witch of the West. I'm Wizard of Oz melting over here, bro. Dude, it was 91 when I started this shit. It then it went to 83 30 minutes later, and now it's what, like 70?
It's perfectly comfortable right now. This is great. I love it, this temperature.
What the? You fucking madman. You psycho. You fucking unhinged lunatic.
Tell me that's hot.
It is.
It's kind of cool, actually. I find it refreshing.
What the fuck? Oh my god, the mad lad, dude. The fucking mad lad, though. Isn't Destiny the same dude that traveled to Israel thinking he'd be treated with respect? Yes, he is. Dude, you know the meme. He literally got cussed out by Israelis. Dude, we were talking about that from earlier. Dude, honestly, if you're able to find a clip, I don't mind watching that because it's so hilarious. Watching him be like, "You fucking American foreigner, get the fuck out of here! I spit on thee, go fuck yourself!" Like, just the guy yell at him in Hebrew is hilarious, dude. I mean, I'm just saying, if we see that, I'm not gonna lie, I would laugh my ass off if I watched it again.
Okay, just doing my rounds on the prairie, and what do you got there, sir? Looks like
this guy's got a 1,000-yard stare. Did he fucking serve in Nam?
Some illegal contraband. I'm gonna. Oh wow! Let me see this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to kind of take a bite. All right, the Marmot Association's gonna have to confiscate all this contraband.
Okay, I honestly thought that big this chunk, dude. This is like the chunkiest of the chunk of the squirrels, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was about to mount him in a very romantic way to attempt some mating. You know what I'm saying? I honestly thought that for a second.
Where is it? I know it's in here. I saw it. Let's go. Oh yeah. Oh.
Tall Chungus.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at this fat. Dude, you cannot tell me this is literally just an oversized squirrel. This is literally like a 2-foot size squirrel, dude. It don't got the tail of a squirrel, but dude, you cannot tell me that this is not a squirrel. That is just fat and gigantic as fuck. Like, oh my god, look at that thing. Look at that little bastard. Oh my god, I just want that as a teddy bear to snuggle up in. Dude, look at this thing. Look at this homunculus of a chungus. It's a little marmot.
There, sir. Looks like.
Wait, hold on. There.
Not the marmot.
All right,
Yeah.
the Marmot Association's gonna have to confiscate all this contraband. Just give me the. Oh yeah. Where is it? I know it's in here. I saw it.
Look at that thing.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that fat belly, bro. You cannot tell me you just.
Everyone's up there feeding him.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you cannot tell me you want to look at that belly and just tickle that belly, bro. Dude, look at that! Look at this little
If you
thing!
get a face on, they have these huge teeth.
I can see it right here. Yeah, we can zoom in and we can kind of see it a little bit.
That's what.
And they'll stand up.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Oh, that one's
No, the Marmot
obviously
Association. Yeah.
Oh,
socialized or tamed or easy to pat.
I don't. Well, he clearly enjoys the job as a Marmot Association auditor. Yeah, 100%. You see Marmot food.
They got those all over up in the room.
Well, this is probably like an Asian marmot of some sort, because I mean I'm guessing it's
That's
probably
pretty big for a marmot. That's a big ass.
yeah, this is probably like a Mongolia or something, because I'm assuming this is like a Mongolian guy. I'm assuming Marvin the Marmot. Is this like a Mongolia? I mean, I would have to assume this is like somewhere in the steppes in the Far East in Asia. I mean, it looks like the steppes of Mongolia in like the spring. And it looks so beautiful as fuck. I mean, that's like I'm just assuming Mongolia because I think the Mongolian spring of the steppes.
Wyoming, the terrain's pretty much the same.
Well,
You have to.
maybe we should go to Mongolia sometime and go to Mongolia in the spring, dude. We have a dude next time. Our passports are still valid. The next trip we do, go to Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. And fucking, visit it in the spring. And fucking, explore, the marmots, the fucking yurts and all the villages all over Mongolia. And
You want to go to the weirdest places.
well, sorry. Well, you know what? Well, because they're weird and obscure.
I understand. I want to go
Weird
to
and obscure, but you know what? Because of the lack of tourism, so to speak. Actually, we got lucky with Iceland. Now it's like a hot tourist spot, and it's actually expensive as fuck to go now. We got lucky. We were like at the very proto beginnings of that shit. So we got lucky with that. But with some places like Mongolia and shit, like actually there's not so much tourism, so it actually would be cheap to go there.
Oh, I heard the other night the best tourist places. They said Iceland was off the list because they overdid it.
Well,
It's
also
cheap to
because
get
of like the
there,
volcanic
and
activity,
they
I
don't
mean,
have enough,
like, there are a lot of people want to visit there, so it's literally price gouged to shit for people like it's actually, as much as I would love to go there, you have to have like a little fuck you money to go there now.
You have
It's like a tourist
real-
destination for
real
people
cheap
now.
airfare, but once you get there, like
It's
the
expensive as
hotel
shit.
and everything else is really
Yeah, and honestly, it's sadly kind of worse now. I mean, I'm sure like the airfare is probably more expensive, but not by much, depending on what time of the year you go. But like, yeah, and once you get there, it's fucked. You're going to be broke pretty quickly. I wouldn't know. I had just enough money saved up for the entire trip. Just enough. And I need to go back.
To buy a bottle of breakfast before I get on the plane to go home.
Well, yeah. Also, I need to go there again because I also did lose that Icelandic hat, that little rabbit hat that I had, which I'm still very sad about. So I need to go back there just on the virtue of getting.
Isn't that like around here somewhere?
Wait, did you see it?
I'm trying to think of exactly.
It was like a gray, blackish kind of like rabbit fur cap.
I think there was one in this pile at one point.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If it is somewhere in this house and you mysteriously fucking find it, I will literally fucking pay for I will pay for E6 for like a fucking like 2 months or some shit. I don't give a fuck. If it's somehow miraculously in this house and you find it, bruh, I
thought, I don't know.
I swear to God, dude, if you find it, dude, I'm gonna. I don't even know, bro. I'll get some top shelf vodka or some shit. I don't give a fuck. Like I'll put money on that. I'll put money on that, dude.
I've been digging around here. I've seen so much shit now. I don't remember what's where.
Well, you know, you know what? At least just consider the offer. Like, if you mysteriously fucking find it, and I recognize that it is what it is, like, I'll dead ass just be like, you know what? You know, I'm liquor store. Pick what you want. I don't give a fuck how much it costs. I don't care. like, I mean, it'll be on the house shit. I'm not even. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. The offer is there.
I gotta do the trash right now.
Oh, is it trash night already?
Yeah.
Well, thank fuck I already did some of that. I already did it, so thank fuck I already did that. I didn't even realize it was already that time.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wow, dude, the fact that he kind of murmured that he remembered kind of seeing it around somewhere makes me actually a little hopeful. Cause dude, I'd lost that a while ago. I lost that last winter. And honestly, if my dumb fucking retarded ass walking home from the fucking bar or some shit, like, just happened to lose it in here and it just happens to be here, and I just never noticed, I'm gonna lose my shit. I honestly, like, I mean, if he finds it, especially. Oh, man, if he does. The offer stands for anyone who finds it, including myself. I'll, celebrate, honestly. I'll splash out on myself if I find it. So, like, I'll call in work and be like, you know what? I'm sick. I got food poisoning. And then I'll just, like, party and be like, I found my hat! Finds what? You know that hat, that rabbit fur hat that I used to have, like that, like, rabbit fur beanie? It's kind of like a little Goomba, gray, blackish, like a little mushroom fur ball that I had on my head. My hat, yeah. Yeah. Because I remember I had it back in winter when I went on a karaoke bar one night. And then when I came back home, like, I might have either lost it at the bar or either misplaced it or maybe like somehow lost it on the way home, which I don't know how I would have. Or might have maybe misplaced it here. I guess apparently maybe. So, I don't know, like, it's always been MIA, and you know what, if it was out there on the streets, I just hope that someone was able to pick it up and cherishes it or something, instead of throwing it away or something, I don't know, but, I guess
I found, like, a shitload of my hats that disappeared. I didn't even remember I lost them. I'm just like, oh, I remember this.
Well, I'm just saying, if you happen to find...
I'm just going to clean them up and stick them in my hat collection.
Well, if you happen to find a rabbit furred, like, black and white, grayish, kind of like beanie of some sort...
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It might be with Krista, possibly.
I've asked her, because I remembered that same day that I went to the bar that night, because I remember being dropped off after visiting her and shit. And I asked her, and she didn't remember. I think she never remembered me leaving it. So
she doesn't remember a lot of things lately. So.
Well, the thing is, though, it's just like, I mean, I've been there multiple times since then. I would have noticed it and probably found it myself by this point, if that was the case, right? Maybe it was just stuff somewhere, or honestly, maybe someone else snagged it.
Who knows?
I don't know. That's why I need to go Iceland again so I can get another hat like that. I mean, honestly, and also I just been wanting to go there again because there's been plenty of places I want to go to that I haven't been there yet. So
you can buy those here. It's a lot cheaper, but a lot less fun too. So.
Yeah.
This man is already dead.
Well, you know, I'm not dead yet, so go fuck yourself. Okay, there we go. Here. Let's see what another little chapter we can kind of explore with this. After that little reprieve. I guess black people push out of neighborhoods. Talk about redline, I'm assuming. Is Destiny going to be doing what I think he's going to be doing here?
These neighborhoods, which push them out of striking distance for these good manufacturing jobs, and push them into poor, economically depressed areas towards the center of the city, which I don't know. I'm sure you've been to a lot of big cities, including LA. You know the
I lived down there in LA for 3 years. I was in Culver City for a year, in Burbank for a year, or Glendale for a year, and then Huntington.
You know,
yep.
A fish rots from the head, right? The center part of the city is typically the part of the city in America where you're going to see the greatest concentration of this kind of degradation, poverty, etc., right? So that started happening. Black people were redlined into these districts, and now to this day,
I mean, this Portland's the same way. North Alberta, like Killingworth area, and a lot of places in downtown Portland, same fucking way. LA ain't no different. Portland ain't no different. San Fran, a lot of these cities ain't no different.
There are people who are born in Compton.
In fact, honestly, like the proto version of this shit was back in New York, you know, because they had certain, you know, communities that were like very unique, you know, to certain like demographics. Like when it came to Harlem, Brooklyn, you know, places like that. Like different, you know, little niche Italian communities that, you know, were in New York and shit. I mean, you know, before like, you know, full on redlining was really taking into effect in a lot of these other cities and shit, like New York and Boston and Chicago, like a lot of these, you know, places already kind of had that shit going on before even that was really a thing yet.
Born off of Greenleaf Boulevard, born in Watts, okay, who live 15 to 20 miles from the ocean and live their whole lives and never see the ocean. Because they have no opportunity where they are other than to cling to the people that raised them. And that's often people in the neighborhood. And this is why you have gangs. This is why you have criminal organizations that run rampant in these places. You've heard of food deserts, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're real, but that's a separate conversation.
Whoa, what? He doesn't think food deserts are a thing. What? Did I just hear that right? How do you even say that? What? That actually broke my fucking brain. I'm about to have an aneurysm. How in the fuck do you even say that? What do you mean those aren't a thing? What? That shouldn't even be entertained. Like, in arguments. Like, what? That is absurd. That is beyond insane. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, what? Can we rewind that for just like a 5-second rewind? Can I just hear that again?
Organizations that run rampant in these places. You've heard of food deserts, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're real, but that's a separate conversation.
Fucking what? Yeah, separate conversation. Yeah, let's keep it that way, Destiny. You motherfucker. Because, yeah, you know that's a losing argument to fucking defend, you son of a bitch. You know that ain't defensible. So, yeah, let's keep that a separate topic.
Okay. So
Oh my god, even Paul was like, yeah, alright. Oh my god, even Paul, caught that. Oh shit. What the fuck, dude? I can't even, what the fuck, man? Are you serious? Is he, dude, wow. I don't even think liberals would even deny that. Can he even call himself a fucking omni-liberal or whatever the fuck? Can he even call himself that? He sounds like a goddamn conservative at this point. He sounds like a fucking moderate, like, at best a Joe Manchin style conservative, and at worst, like a fucking, like, goddamn, like, Liz Cheney style conservative. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're sounding more like a goddamn, like, Bush era conservative more than a fucking liberal at this point.
Around his liquor store, gun store, liquor store, gun store.
And put a garnish of a McDonald's or a Taco Bell or a Popeyes or something like that in between. Or depending on what region of the country, maybe a Waffle House or something like that.
And it's a 50-minute fucking bus ride to the nearest fucking thing, and you don't have fare. You don't think that's a food desert?
I've heard that Chappelle joke. I don't believe. I just don't think that food deserts necessarily exist. Because I think that
omni-liberal Destiny, please align us.
For that type of food typically doesn't
Okay,
exist.
then let's set aside food deserts.
But let's real quick before, because we've gone pretty far from this direction, right? Because
okay, you know what? All right, hey, Paul, why did you interrupt? I bet there's probably a clip where he, goes into this, but I'm not gonna try to find it. I don't care enough for it. But like, dude, I can't. Like, how do you think that food deserts are a thing, bro? It's America, for fuck's sake. You think all these fucking disheveled fucking shithole towns that have been, like, dilapidated since, like, really, at the worst of the worst, since probably, like, the fucking 50s, and really, at best, since, like, the 90s or some shit, bro? Like, what? You don't think these places are food deserts when all they got is, like, a Walmart, McDonald's, maybe a Popeyes, or whatever the fuck, and that's it? Like, what, you don't think that's a fucking food desert, dude? Because that's what it is! That's what it's defined as, you motherfucking idiot! Oh my god, dude! This actually pissed me off a little bit. Oh my god! Yeah, and also, I noticed you mentioned that comment, the lack of mobility. Like, food deserts, is an indictment in enforcement of the whole point of lack of mobility. The lack of social economic mobility, the lack of social, diverse, food mobility. When it comes to having, good, food sources on top of, some fast food bullshit that might exist, or some heavily processed garbage that Walmart's selling or whatever. It's like, I mean, it's like the lack of mobility, not only when it comes to, like, being able to, like, when it comes to watts, for example, with Paul's example, like, like 20 miles at the farthest, from the coast, and, these people will never go a day in their life without seeing the coastline, kind of shit. And it's like, I mean, and what, you don't think those people go for fucking food deserts, situations where all they got is like a McDonald's, a KFC, and maybe like an In-N-Out, a Walmart, and maybe at best, like, at least these days, possibly like a New Seasons or something. Or maybe like a fucking, a Whole Foods. And even then, they're those type of people that, tend to be socially, economically insecure are priced out of places like, Whole Foods and shit. So it's like, even then, they don't got access to that type of shit. Exactly. Can't go for a far grocery store, beaches, parks, etc. Better jobs farther away, etc. Exactly. And, people that say, well, just move, bro. Or, like, well, just find a better job, or do this and that, or blah, blah, blah. Like, or even, take that aside, go to the level of, like, Destiny, or deny this shit, and be like, oh, this doesn't exist. It's like, Tell that to the motherfucker that is in a food desert, and or tell that to the motherfucker who's like in, fucking Watts, that is, who's like 30 something years old, that has never seen the coastline of fucking L.A., in California, has never seen the fucking Pacific Ocean outside of like maybe a movie or something like that. Or maybe like one of his buddies, that happened to made it, had a picture of them out of Pismo or something. It's like, like you tell that to those motherfuckers. Tell that to the yokel in Texas in a small town that has like 500 people in it. That doesn't even really have a Walmart. They have to go to the next town over to find that shit. Because I've seen those places. Because I got family out in Texas. And, like, for example, for Grandview, like, there were, like, because I have some family that live outside of that place. And, like, dude, there's, like, straight up towns that exist out there that I don't even know the fucking names of, that have, like, basically, at most, maybe, like, 200 people. And they literally look like there are, like, if it wasn't for the fact that there were people there in the first place, they would literally look like fucking ghost towns. Like, just like places that have been there since like the fucking 30s, 40s, 50s and shit. And honestly, probably way longer than that. But the infrastructure makes it look like it's only been, that nothing's been updated since like the fucking 70s at best. And it's like, what the fuck? Why are, all these other places that are like, booming towns like Wasatchia, Grandview, fucking, like, Midlothian, all these other places that are outside of like Dallas, for example, at least, for, where my family lives, and they live in the general region. They don't live in these places specifically, but live in these areas. So every time, I visit my family, I'm always in these areas. I'm always in these towns. And every time I, go there, it's like, they get bigger and bigger because they're booming a little bit because people, and infrastructure and shit, continues to grow. But it's basically the equivalent of like the suburbanite, neighborhood of like, Dallas, essentially. It's just like 30 miles away from Dallas, essentially. it's like, ugh. And I made my complaints about Texas and shit, and Dallas is really nothing to cry home to mama about. I don't know why my family loves Texas or Dallas so much outside of the fact that they've just been born and raised there, but I don't get it because I've been there multiple times, and it's just a shithole, bro. It just is, man. Every time I've been in Dallas, and dude, the airport changed too. And honestly, airport's way more confusing than the old airport. I wish they kept the old airport, honestly, because, dude, oh my god. Dude, Texas is a nightmare. I don't want to get so like too much on that, but oh my god, it's such a nightmare. It's such a nightmare, bro. It's fucking absurd. And you know for a fact the social economic mobility going on down there is way fucking worse up here. Granted, you have to have a little bit of a hustle up here and shit, but it's just like, I mean, fuck. If you don't got enough of that goosebump to be able to get yourself the fuck out of somewhere like Texas or some shit, you're just kind of fucked. It's like, oh my, ugh. Man. Because last time I was there, I saw so many people my age when I was like, visiting, like, these different restaurants and places like that. And just like, I'm just like, oh my lord, you would fit right the fuck in up here. You would fit up here in the PNW. I remember just like, oh, what was the name of the place? It was like a local Texas restaurant. What the fuck was it called? They serve fried catfish, like fried chicken, stuff like that. They literally only have like 5 entrees. Like, they have like a tiniest of menus, but everything is fire as fuck. It was actually where I tried catfish. Oh my god. What the fuck? I know I did some streams, up there while I was out there in Texas on YouTube. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm forgetting what the name of what. I forgot what the name of the place was. Jesus Christ, it was in Wahashia. Oh, like, what was the name of it? It's annoying me. Whatever, who cares? Anyway, but the waitress, though, she was like my age, and because I was wearing my like cowboy Texan hat a little bit with, all my pins and all that stuff with the feathers and shit, she like immediately hooked right up to me and was like, hey, what's your story a little bit? And when she found out I was in the PNW, like, even when there was no reason at all for her to come up to us, outside to be like, hey, how's your meal? Like, she did that way more often than she needed to, but she was looking at me and be like, hey, how's your meal and stuff? And I was just like, hey, doing pretty good. And she basically used that as an opportunity just to talk with me. And it's like, and I was thinking with this chick, oh my God, I don't even remember her fucking name, and I feel bad now at this point, because, like, God damn it, I really want to know what her name was. Because, like, dude, she literally looks like a stereotypical, like, goofy little nerd chick that would be, like, here in PNW, and shit. Like, like, it's like, fuck. She could easily fit right up in here. It's like, man, and knowing that there's, like, people like her and, like, all sorts of other people in, like, tiny little towns or, like, places like in Dallas or some shit where they probably, if they had the, the money and, to do it, they would, like, get themselves out, in a way, and, like, go, honestly, either to, like, New England, with the East Coast and shit, or, like, to the West Coast, whether it's Cali or Oregon or Washington, because, like, there's kind of a calling a little bit, because there's, like, a genuine acceptance and, like, a hustle in a sense of, like, you can kind of have an opportunity a little bit. I guess if there is, like, a sense of the American dream left, it is, especially on the West Coast. But, I mean, at the same time, you kind of have to have a little bit of that hustle game. Because if not, then it will kind of chew you up and spit you right back out. It's like, to bring it full circle, it's like, with all that, being known, it's like, how in the fuck do you deny that food deserts are a thing? And all this other shit, it's like, how do you deny this? Like, what the fuck?
The initial part that we were kind of, like, hinging off here. So, firstly, my initial claim was, if you want to talk about racism today, it's a much more complicated, like, discussion. I feel like the fact that it just took you, like, 20 minutes, not really, but, like, 10 minutes to get us to this point, kind of already proved my point that it is more complicated. No, I'm not saying it. Hold on. I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that you made a mistake. I'm just saying the fact that you would explain all of this just to get us to where we're at right now, I think goes to show that it's a way more complicated discussion, right?
Fair enough. Yeah. You were correct in your prescription that there is a very complex history to this.
Yeah, but I'm also saying that, like, when we look for it today, like, the reasons for why more people are in prison, for violent crime in the Black community per capita than in the white community is also because, per capita, I think that Black communities in the United States right now have more people that commit crime. Whether you're investigating or not, whether you're over...
Why do you think that's the case? Is he okay. Is he actually trying to make it the 1350 argument, but try to do it in, like, a weird, nuanced, like, liberal perspective version of it? Why? Because, hey, Destiny, why in the fuck do you think that is the case? Why do you think that's the case, buddy? Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. It's actually pretty easy to understand. Pretty fucking easy. It's not that hard to understand. And it's not due to some, like, oh, well, it's just because of blit bullshit. It's due to a lot of other fucking factors that you seem like you probably aren't willing to admit to.
If you're not, you can't lie about, like, dead bodies, right? You can't lie about, like, gunshot wounds, right? Like, if that is the case that somebody...
Sure.
So then the question becomes then, if somebody wants to open a store or move into a Black neighborhood, and they know that Black communities might be overrepresented when it comes to crime, and they decide not to invest in that area or not to move there, then the question of, well, are these people racist? I mean, I feel like that becomes a very difficult question to answer at that point. Or it's a lot...
Maybe they're not, but again, that's due to that's rooted in a deeper problem. That's due to a deeper problem there, bud. What do you think it happened? You seem to be avoiding the real reason as to why that is an issue there, bud. There, liberal destiny, bro. Debate bro there, bud. You seem to be avoiding the kind of reason why that might be the case.
Or in the weeds than when people are like, oh, well, I just don't think Black people belong in this city,
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, because I don't mean to like, you were right. It took me a long time to explain the history of, like, redlining and the homeowners association, but Did you hear what I said there, though? Do you think that that's now? I obviously am not asking you to endorse what I said, but like, let's just assume for the sake of brevity that what I said is true.
Yeah.
And the legacy of that is still visible in places like South Central LA,
Oops.
like Eastern Chicago, like the O Block area and stuff, where people live.
Oops. Okay, so I guess I could kind of see where this conversation pop up. It's due to HOAs and redlining and shit, which I kind of assumed, at least the redline part. But also with the HOA point, that's also true. Because HOAs were basically, established as like kind of a part to help enforce the whole redlining policies that a lot of different, cities and municipalities, were kind of starting to push at the time. Like, HOAs are basically just a bunch of white suburbanite, conservatives and omniliberals, kind of like the Destiny types, basically, the suburbanite versions of them, to basically be like, oh, well, look, we're okay with certain black folks, stuff like that, but, this whole, like, overrepresentative crime, stuff like that, we just don't want that in our neighborhoods. That's why we have the HOA. In our little gated communities and stuff like that. That's why they got that kind of shit. Because it's like, oh, well, look, we understand the plight of these issues. We just don't want to see that in our neighborhoods at all. And we're not going to really do fuck all for, addressing that issues in the core root. We just don't want to see that in our neighborhoods. And we'll invest to make sure that our neighborhoods are clean and invested in and stuff like that. But we're not actually going to, address the core root of the problem. We're just going to keep our neighborhoods clean. And that's it. We don't give a fuck about anything else beyond that.
In places where there is basically no opportunity, where schools are so underfunded and under, like privileged that they may as well not exist.
The plight of Portland right there. The Portland education system is so fucking broken. I mean, I can go on a fucking rant about that for an hour.
Right? That has an effect on a person. When you're talking about a person living in a polite society that has rules, regulations, wants people to treat
Mexican capitalist society, so it only follows that the poor areas are neglected. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of sad truth. I mean, just like when it comes to that whole education aspect, I mean, that's why you see so many of these communities, not just in Portland, but in all these other fucking cities where, especially more, the minority or black, Hispanic, predominant communities tend to get so fucked, with shit like this. And even if that isn't necessarily the case, like a lot of these, schools and school districts broadly, will tend to get fucked when it comes to like, certain things that, honestly, need to be invested more into, but they never do. Like when it comes to arts, like when it comes to like band or orchestra and choir programs, like Bach programs, or like, thespian art programs and shit. Like there's a lot of schools and school districts that are willing to kind of cut funding into stuff like that for the sake of things like sports and other shit, like, or like their football funding, or like, the basketball funding and stuff like that. It's like, and it's not like it doesn't deserve funding, but I mean, why at the expense of other, investments that ought to be made, especially when it comes to the expense of a child's like intellect and their, brain and, shit. Because, not every kid wants to get into sports. Some of them want to get into arts, and stuff, it's like, and maybe some of those kids want to do both. Maybe some kids want to, like, do some music, band shit, but, at the same time, they want to play in baseball or whatever. Or maybe they want to, like, play, football, but they also are a thespian at the same time and, play in, the theater plays and shit. It's like, I knew plenty of kids like that. So it's like, what the fuck? I mean, to just like, overrepresent, funding in certain areas at the expense of others, in schools or school districts in general is a detriment to so many children across the board. And it's like, I mean, why? And honestly, it makes me wonder. It's like, why do you think, like kids get fucked so much? It's like, cause, like, there isn't really a sense of like equality of funding when it comes to these things, or at least, baseline standard of that.
I would probably fight with you on a lot of the particulars, but I think in a broad sense, I would argue that the vast majority of differences and outcomes that you see when it comes to crime in the United States between different racial groups of people is attributable to circumstances historically in this country for how different people have been treated, the types of people that have brought in, things like hold on, wait, let me finish.
All right.
I would agree with that. Okay, I'm just saying,
Man, dude, from 2018 to now, like Destiny has not really changed his his cadence or anything about himself at all, including to the fact that he literally looks like a 007 GoldenEye oversized head on the body. Yeah, wait, where's that picture again? Where is it? There it is. Right? Is that it? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. Oh, there it is. The fucking Destiny right there, dude. Holy shit. God damn it. Oh my god. Dude, I cannot get that out of my head. I can't. It's too good. It's too fucking good.
that as to my original point, because this all goes to like what are problems with the media today, is where we branched off from this, and I said there were two things. And the first one I gave was that things have gotten a lot more complicated, okay? 70 years ago, when you had signs saying like no N-words allowed, okay, and you look at somebody, you're like, hey, this is probably not good, okay? Well, you look at the TV and you see like, you know, little black school children, okay, getting eaten by fucking police dogs, and you're like, hey, this is probably not good, okay? There is racism here. We need to fix this, right? That's a much...
Oh my god, okay, this is kind of insensitive as fuck, but I'm sorry. Holy shit, I didn't realize he was gonna get this dark about it. I was gonna do that here for the silliness, but Jesus Christ, wait, what is talking? Oh my god. Oh man, oh Jesus Christ.
It's real easy to understand answer than somebody saying like, hey, I know that we have a black president right now, and I know that, you know, there are no like racist laws, at least in the books right now, but like the vestiges and the, you know, the reverberations of racism are still felt today. That's a much more difficult thing to argue. And there's a whole bunch of like things that, because even though we're diametrically opposed in some ways, when it comes to this type of stuff, you and I are probably, even if we disagree over...
do you feel diametric opposition with me during this conversation?
Not 100% in other ways, but I'm just saying that despite that, I'm going to agree with you on most things you're saying, but you understand that there's a good portion of this country that probably would have fought you on every single point you were bringing up, right? Yes. It's really hard.
I mean, Paul's admitted that, you know, before in the past. I mean, back when it was partaking in, like, you know, anti-Iraq war protests, it was really labeled as, like, a terrorist supporting fucking Al-Qaeda supporter and anti-American shit, so. And I've had that fucking fair share of shit before, too. I mean, I've been to plenty of these protests where I've had that fair share of bullshit. I've even had, like, infighting happen to me, you know, before. Like, where it's like, hey, you're, you know, instigating this, so fuck you. You apologize to this person. It's like, I literally did nothing. They ran up on me and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, I've had that. I mean, I've had my fair share of this shit, you know? So it's like, I mean, I know how that fucking feels, you know? But it's like, what, you think this negates from the, like, core root of the broader conversation, you know? I mean, it's like, come on, Destiny. It's like, yeah, it happens. But what's that got to do with the price rise of China? Yeah. Sometimes, you know, people are fucking, you know, stupid about that shit.
That have a person go like, hey, look at this girl. She's 13 years old and this Rottweiler just ate her fucking quadricep off her leg. Do you think that's okay? That's a really hard thing to defend. Whereas in this world, where you're like, Texas just...
Why are we invoking that talking race?
Because I'm saying that the issues today, when you want to talk about race...
I have an idea. I got an idea why. Because people see Rottweilers and Pit Bulls as very aggressive dogs by nature. You know, stereotypically, even though literally every Rott and Pit that I've ever met is like the sweetest little things and the most friendly. Like, basically just as much as a goofball that Zukov is. Like, I mean, you know, for at least in my experience, you know, and, you know, so it's like, but a lot of people associate them with, like, you know, being fighting dogs, you know, like, you know, dog fighters, basically, and shit. Which, understandable. Every dog goes to heaven. True. Even the ones that are forced to be trained to be, you know, dog fighters and shit, like, they don't know better. It's like their owners are horrible, abusive scum, and train them to be that way. They don't know better. You know what I mean? They're forced to fight against their fellow brothers and sisters in doggo solidarity. You know what I'm saying? It's like the humans are the scum in that situation, and honestly, that's where it comes down to. It comes down to the humans that improperly raise these dogs, and honestly, it's like, I mean, in my experience, like, it's usually labs or retrievers that tend to be more aggressive than rots or pits and shepherds, or any other dog, personally. Like, honestly, it's the dogs that are seen as, like, the least aggressive that tend to be aggressive either with me or even with my dog. Like, I mean, at least in my experience, it's anecdotal, but I mean, it's like, and honestly, I don't really necessarily fault the breeds. I just kind of fault the owners, honestly, a little bit. Like, and I love my brother, but like, I literally have permanent scars on my hand because his dog has like literally shredded my hand like it was a fucking dog treat. So it's like, I mean, like like with a golden retriever, I actually have physical scars, from a golden retriever shredding my hand like it's a fucking piece of jerky. And so I don't know, man. Like, I got my experiences and shit, but it's like most people see golden retrievers as like the most cutest, sweetest little things in the world. But in my experience, they tend to be kind of aggressive. Oof. Yeah. I mean, here, I don't know. Here, I don't know if you can see, but like, here, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can get in a light. But you can barely see it. It's kind of blurry, but you can kind of see like a little. Where's a good way to? Is there a way to zoom in? That's not zooming in. No. Hey, stop it. Okay, there we go. Here, yeah, there it is. Okay, can you see it? Oh, there you go. Yeah, you can kind of see like a tiny little scar right there. Just a little bit. But yeah, that's where he had like, the dog's name was Cooper, but like he literally got like one of his canines like nice and deep in there. To the point, like, I literally saw, like, a little bit of, like, muscle tendon from my fucking finger in that shit. And it would not stop bleeding. I probably should have gotten stitches, but I never did. But you know what? Left a nice little scar. On my good finger, too. The good one. So, you know what? Whatever. It leaves to a good memory. As far as I care. And you know what? I mean, like, the dog don't know better. I think my brother probably just didn't know how to properly discipline the dog correctly and stuff. And plus with his job and all this other stuff, I mean, he doesn't really have the time to properly train him and stuff. Like, so look, I mean, I get it. I'm the same way with my dog. Like, if I had more time, I feel like especially with my dog as a puppy, I he could probably be more disciplined. It's not too late for Zukov, or for his dog, I think. I mean, our dogs are still pretty young, for dog years. So, it's not too late to teach an old dog new tricks, so to speak, right? I mean, Zukov is, is the same way. So, I mean, if anything, at this point, it could probably just be a bonding moment between me and my bro. It's just like, cause, we're doggo owners that, still need to, figure shit out. But, it's like, hey, it's all a learning experience. That's okay.
It's a lot more complicated to dive into racism. Whereas,
Sure.
like nobody's going to argue before. They're like, well, maybe the little black children are just like messing around too much. Maybe they should have been treating the cop that way, right? Whereas today, it's genuinely a lot more difficult to tease out a lot of these issues. That's all I'm saying, right? Not that I'm saying racism doesn't exist or the
I think
or
it's
the
important
impact of
to
racism.
do. and I'm not going to claim I would have, and I don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes with you. I don't know how interested you are in continuing the conversation and stuff. Like I said, I'm aware of your stuff, but like I know I could make some arguments based on historical perspectives that I've learned and such. I'm not a super well educated guy, but I'm about a year and change away from an LCSW. I did a lot of college.
Sure.
Pretty specialized in psychology and stuff, and I never finished.
I'm not saying I'm not.
I've
The point isn't to argue. Yeah, I understand. The point.
No, I'm just trying to like give you an idea that so I know a lot of these historical perspectives.
Yeah, I'm not here to argue over the facts. I'm just arguing that you have to know a lot more to be able to diagnose the problem. That's all.
And I think it's important that guys like you and me.
I mean, considering that you're like 10 years his junior, Destiny. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Paul might have a little bit more wisdom on this type of stuff, than you would, bud. But, okay.
Suss those little things out, because you just said earlier I'd probably have problems with you on a lot of the things you would say, but broadly I agree, right? So I think sussing, not that we have to do it now, but sussing out the details of those things is important for dudes or people like us in this space to do, because normies watch it, they hear it, and it might change their mind, right?
Yeah, but there's two sides to this, right? So that like not only are the problems more complicated, because they are, the solutions are also a lot more complicated as well, right? Like if you look at like in the 20s, like the Tulsa riots or whatever, where people just marched through and pogrom basically black communities and shit, or burned down their wealth and businesses. Oh, well, the solution to that is like very simple. White people shouldn't be able to attack black people with impunity. That's really easy. That's such an easy, simple thing. We should do it. Now, there might be people that disagree, but like at least it's a simple problem to diagnose, and it's an easy remedy for the problem. Okay. Now
the problem is if you look at it historically, right? So you had the Watts riots in I think 1964.
Sure.
That happened because of a racist police stop where a man was beaten in front of a community, and the community rose up and fucking started throwing bricks. The National Guard was called, etc. Right? Then you had the literally same area in the late 80s or early 90s, I believe, Rodney King riots.
It was in the early to mid 90s.
Right. Literally Compton, Watts, Inglewood, right? All rose up because the police were seen stomping a black man almost to death for speeding on the ground.
Yep. Okay.
And they were all found not guilty, right?
Yep. And it's not good.
But what I'm saying is you have identified that is the problem. The problem remains unaddressed.
Yes, I understand. Well, no, I wouldn't say the problem remains unaddressed. I think we've made significant strides in not having crazy, like, anti-black, like, laws, regulations, and cultures in the United States.
You sure about that there, Destiny? Like, maybe incrementally when it comes to certain things like body cams and stuff like that, but not completely there, bro. A lot of police departments all over this fucking country have not really changed much of a lick of a dick.
You think so? With this weird climate,
undeniably, unfathomably, yes, absolutely.
Rittenhouse.
Undeniably and unfathomably, huh? Okay. Give me some facts to back that up there, bro.
With the fucking George Floyd shit.
In George Floyd, the entire country was protesting for months over a cop kill.
Not the entire country, bro, but okay.
A random black dude, yes. I think
but a bunch of fucking really poor areas rose up and burned. Yeah.
I don't understand that. I'm just saying that do you think do you think that we haven't made like massive strides in race relations in the US over the past 60 years?
Yeah. No. Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I didn't say it was perfect. I'm saying we've made massive strides, right? Okay.
We've made but a lot of that has to do with shit that you would probably just call wokeness, right?
Maybe, or in the past they would call it wokeness, and they don't know. I'm not disagreeing with that, okay?
Sure. Okay, people being more aware of racial biases that are inherent in governmental structures and local structures and shit.
Yep.
Shit,
okay.
Right. That is.
Yep. And then also, Rittenhouse didn't kill any black people, right? We know that, right?
Who cares? That's besides the point. Are we gonna bring that up? Oh my god. I know Destiny's position on this, and he's a fucking far right dumb fuck when it comes to this issue. Oh my god. You know what? I think that is where I might just go around that. Because no, boy. No. Yeah, boy. Yep. At least for now. I don't think we're going to do part 2. That's all I want to do is kind of glance over it, broadly off and on for the streams. I think I did that. That's good enough. Whatever. I will watch it on my own time. And, maybe talk about it in the future, potentially, in context of other stuff or whatever, but that, I'm calling good. Hey, I can't believe he was about to bring that motherfucker up. I don't even want to get into it. What the fuck? Ah! Well, at least, smoke less of boy. You know what? I got some dank pizzas to just smack down scrumptious my way through. So, I think I'm going to enjoy that. And, I think at least I won't react to or listen to this, but I'll just, find a little something, watch. Maybe I'll, watch a little film, a little movie or something. Because, dude. Oof. That's toughin'. Probably maybe listen to it for work tomorrow. For the rest of this, at least in its totality. I mean, if I was about, the 2-hour mark, then, was it really for, 3 hours? Is there, a outro where, Destiny just kind of talks about it? Because I know usually for his, debate/conversation things that he has, he does that sometimes. 3.5 hours. Pulsico uses the map. Okay, so they still talk by the time it. Dude, so this in. So Paul said it was a 3-hour convo. Dude, this is a full. Dude, the entire 5 hours of this is straight up just the whole convo. Dude, Paul really has bad perception of time. Because damn. Woo! That's 5/8 of my shift right there. I might be able to listen to that entire shit, for my work tomorrow. Legit. In the background. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm actually okay with that. Anyway, let's call it good for now. And at least have a little coffee and a little wake and bake before I go to work tomorrow and all that stuff. Then after that, got a little weekend. Woo! So that's gonna be fun. But anyway, at least without further ado, peace out for now. And to see y'all on the next one. Oh wait, hold on. I clicked the wrong button. Why did I keep clicking the wrong button? I keep clicking the goddamn button. Anyway, peace out for now. See y'all on the next one. So.